Okay. Um, hmm. Well, it really doesn't matter because once I get done with all this, I'll just cut this part out. Ain't like anybody's gonna join this shit anyway. I'm just kind of just gonna be sharing a few things that I feel are relevant, and I literally just got back inside from the store, so I'm just kind of behind schedule. Let me see, what else do I have to do right now? Oh yeah, yeah, take that. All right. What the hell is this thing? Okay, I think I see it. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, I should have changed that. It's whatever. It's not like anybody, like anybody really watches this anyway. Let me X out of that, and let's go back here. See what's going on over on this side, real quick. Anyway, for those that might be here, I appreciate y'all. I don't really, I like it's just today is one of those days where you just kind of you have like this epiphany, you have like this realization on certain things, and you know, whether it's from the gaming industry or you know, it's there's just a lot going on, and I mean, all you have to really do is just look at what's currently going on in the gaming space right now. Look at the topics being talked about. I think right now everybody's talking about Halo. They got some controversial character in there again. I haven't played it, but you know, over the course of however long I'm gonna be on this stream, as I'm still kind of like getting things in order, I'm gonna touch on a lot of different things because I have a lot to say about that, about where I feel my place is in regards to content creation, and just a couple other things in between. So I'm probably gonna like highlight or clip some of these out or whatever if I feel it's even worth it. And so yeah, there's just a lot that's just been on my mind regarding my industry and the things that's going on currently. And so that's you know, it is what it is. Let me see something. So I'm pretty sure people have their own conclusion, they have their own idea of what's going on, and that's fine, you know. But I mean, for instance, if you look at a game like God of War, right? God of War Laufey, right? They're basically replacing Kratos, right? And I'm not gonna focus too much on this, but it's a pattern. You know, if you notice, if you open your eyes, and I know a lot of gamers tend to not do this, but if you open your eyes, more often than not, a lot of the video game franchises that are male led, they are basically being uh changed for the female girl boss characters, right? If you look at what's going on with Gears of War, if you look at what's going on with God of War, if you even look at Halo, for instance, they got some new dyke butch looking fucking girl boss in that game. You have to ask yourself, really, you have to really ask yourself honestly, did the game need that character? if you can honestly ask yourself, like for instance, if you really get down to it, I know there's a lot of beta males out there that will say, oh, I don't find nothing wrong with Laufey. I think she's a great character. If you take away all of that and ask yourself as a business, as a brand, is there any indication from the God of War franchise, just using this as an example, is there anything anywhere in any kind of data and any sort of metrics that would suggest that the character Kratos is losing his edge? That in order for God of War as a franchise to persist, to go forward into 2027, 2028, are gamers tired of Kratos? I will say that the overwhelming answer is no. So again, that begs the question, why are they adding some random, and I do say random, believe me, I know more about Greek mythology and Norse mythology than many. So I'm well aware of who Fae is in that respects. We're not talking, I don't give a fuck about that because we're talking about the video game franchise, the business. This is why I've always advocated and said that that character should have just been a DLC. That's it. Or if you really want to be ballsy about it, make her own game, her own title. Don't tie it to God of War. But it's like they want their cake and eat it too. And this is just something that I've seen over the years. And unfortunately, I don't have the type of audience that are wise enough, or and call it what it is. I think the majority of people that are in my channel, in my streams, all they want to do is mash buttons playing Tekken. And I'm being perfectly honest. Like when it comes to discussions like these, I don't have a lot of people that show up. I don't. And that's the thing that frustrates me. And that kind of goes back with the realization and the content creation aspect of my channel. And this is kind of like, I wouldn't call it a crash out, but it's more like it's more of a realization, you know, because it's sort of like, how can I not notice what's going on in my own channel, in the gaming space? It's just, it's very frustrating because it's like I can see everything that's going on, but I question if anybody else does. And but on the flip side, I know that there are people that have a genuine concern and they recognize the threat, but unfortunately, I don't have those people on my channel. I don't have those people in my space. I just have a bunch of people that want to mash buttons and play Tekken all day. That sorry ass fucking game. That's basically what I have, and that's the frustrating part about it. You know, because for instance, you know the wild thing. Remember, for those of you that might be aware, I had a bit of a situation with, and I'm just going to call it like a fucking fake smooth talking content creator that has close to 30,000 subscribers and a cult following. I went through a bunch of bullshit with this individual, resulting in the exodus of about 60 subscribers, which quite frankly, you know, I knew what time it was, and it was like, whatever, I just banned a bunch of those fucking people. But it opened my eyes to the realization that the vast majority of people, and maybe this is just my own naivete, that the vast majority of people in this space, or at least as I see it, all they really want is just pointless brain rot drama. That's literally all they want. That's the facts. Is it ironic that during that entire situation where I was speaking about this particular topic, defending myself, or at least attempting to defend myself, that when I looked at my stream deck, which I'm looking at right now, that stream, which I had the 11-hour crash out, ironically, I had 197 people. Let me say that again. I had 197 people in my live stream. not because they came to listen to me talk about what's actually fucking happening in the gaming space, not because they want to hear anything of substance. They came to hear the drama, they came to hear the bullshit, and it's just it's just like a harsh reality, you know what I mean? Like, but again, on the flip side, many of those people, they, I don't know how to put it in a nice way, but many of them, they are like the equivalent of people that would tune into like the Jerry Springer show. Yeah, you know, I don't know, some of you might be too young for this, but back in my time, we had a show called Jerry Springer. And it had absolutely no substance. There was nothing viable about the show. It was literally about a bunch of people that showed up and just caused anarchy, just pure fucking chaos. That's literally all it was. And that's what I've come to realize. That's what many of you tune into. And I do say many of you, because I have noticed as I go through the YouTube space, it's not to say that people don't exist that actually want to know about gaming news. I mean, hell, if you go to certain channels, these guys got upwards of 50, 100, 200,000 subscribers. And literally all they do every single fucking stream is they sit in front of a computer like this with their little mic arm and they're regurgitating, well, so this just in the gaming space. Oh, did you know 200,000 subscribers? But it's ironic that when I attempt to do the same thing, because I have the knowledge of my industry, I'm lucky to have 5 people. So is it really me? Maybe. I've had people say, oh, you know, Red, you're condescending. You are, what's the word I've heard? I've heard condescending. I've heard arrogant. I've heard, oh, you think you know everything. Well, to those people, if we're comparing the knowledge of the gaming industry, of where this industry is going, the many agendas that are currently being fucking played out in front of you motherfuckers in present day, if we're talking about that, then yes, I do know more than you. I do. Why should I shy away from that? Why should anybody shy away from them knowing something that somebody else doesn't? Why? It would be different if I took the position of, oh, I know this and you don't. Ha ha. That's different. But what I do is I try to share what I know. And what I've come to realize is that I will never have over fucking 20 people in my live stream if I am talking about things that matter, things that have actual substance. I've tried it. The only reason why I would say the vast majority of people tune in to see me is to look at me rage out, rage quit, talk shit about Tekken, talk shit about another content creator. That's it. That's what I fucking noticed. And the funny thing about this is that I'm tired. I'm fucking tired of it. And this is where I'm leaning into that part of where do I go from here? Where do I go? It's much easier to just say, you know what? Fuck all of you. I quit this shit. I'm done with YouTube. I'm done with It'll be much easier to do that. But I'm stubborn in that regard, just like I've been stubborn for the last 31 years of enduring the Tekken franchise. But everybody has their breaking point, and I've long since reached that with Tekken 8. That's why I don't even play that piece of shit fucking game anymore. But when it comes to content creation, I genuinely love the process. I enjoy recording videos. I enjoy editing. There are some things that I'm good at, some things I'm not good at. But I can't help but notice the harsh reality that when it comes, I guess maybe if it comes to me, anything that pertains to the gaming space and understanding what's going on, many of you don't give two fucks about. So where does that leave me? Do I just go back and reinstall Tekken 8 and play that fucking game from sun up to sundown, raising my fucking blood pressure and possibly having a stroke during live stream? Do I just do that? So when you learn a few things about content creation and you learn the trends, you learn where things are going, you learn just the direction of shit. Most people, all they want to watch for the most part is brain rot bullshit, drama, who's doing touch of death combos. That's really it. That's what I've noticed. And you know, in and out of itself, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's not really what I want to do. It's not really what I want to talk about. It's not. And I think that's the demon that's in my head. That's the thing that's the mind fuck. It's that it's not that the people don't exist. Hell, I even have maybe a fraction of people that's on my channel that actually prefers that I talk about gaming news. There's like a fucking out of over 2,000 subscribers I have on my channel, there is maybe, I'm being generous, maybe 5% of that entire subscriber base that actually wants to hear something that pertains to the gaming space. Like, why the fuck is Sony moving away from digital games? You know how many people? You know how many videos I've seen on that? You know how many videos I've seen on this? Many. I've seen many people talk about this. But you know what I don't really see? Let me tell you what I don't see. I don't see many content creators, my peers, they don't tell you the full story. They're not telling you why is Sony going this route. What I've noticed is many people, they will pick a topic, they will pass on a certain article, and they'll have this sort of outrage like, oh my God, Sony wants to kill our games and this, and I'm like, you are aware that over the last decade, just to use this, just another example, over the last decade, every data website, every analytic, every metric shows 100% that the purchasing of physical anything has dropped considerably. The proof is out there. So whenever I hear these people talk about, oh, I'm not going to buy a PS6, shut the fuck up. You are going to buy a PS6. You know it. I know it. The fucking stream knows it. People want to take this moral high ground like, oh, if it's digital, I'm not buying it. Shut the fuck up. You have bought it. I'm willing to wager every single person in this stream right now. Let me see. Let's look at this. How many people are in here right now? 5? Okay, it says 15, but we know it's going to drop down because people get offended easily. So I'm willing to wager that all 15 of you have bought a digital game. So myself included. So we are all responsible for the demise of the physical game. Just some of us more than others. Because as a 45-year-old man, I can tell you when Game Pass first came out, I was not really on board with it. Anytime I would see a game that's sold as an option digitally, I would wait for the physical game. I would literally call up my local stores and I would miss the launch day of a game because they didn't have it in stock, or maybe whatever the fucking situation happened. Whereas I could have easily bought the shit a minute after midnight on launch day. So for many years, even I resisted. But you know what I've come to realize? At the end of the day, and this is the harsh reality that many of the beta males that might tune into my stream that take, oh, you're being so offensive. Many of you have to come to the realization, and many of your favorite content creators are not going to tell you this, that the next great renaissance, the next era is subscription services, digital games, cloud functionality, and AI. That is it. That is your future. And I've said this many times. No amount of fist pumping, bitching and complaining, unsubscribing from a content creator that just tells you the harsh truth, no amount of that is going to change what is. The only difference between me and everybody else is I don't have the fancy fucking graphics. I don't have 1,000,001 moderators. I don't have I don't have a fucking teleprompter telling me what to say. I don't got all that shit. It's just me. I'm the lighting guy. I'm the cameraman. I'm the content. I'm everything. It's just me here. I'm not Maximilian Dude. I'm not fucking Main Man Swee. I'm not motherfucking I'm not any of these people. It's just me. That's it. So I am a guy that has a very, very deep understanding of this industry. Very deep. And what I've come to realize, unfortunately, that when it comes to my channel and the people that I've cultivated on this channel, most of them, not all, but most, they don't give a fuck. All they want is drama. That's what I've seen. Obviously, if we're taking into account maybe 20 people, you have to look at it from my standpoint, as hard as that might be for some of you. I have over 2,200 subscribers. That is a drop in the fucking ocean when it comes to some of these other content creators. But it's still over 2,000. Only maybe 30 of you give two shits about what's going on in the industry. And I'm being generous. So that's where I kind of get to this position of, and I've said this in a channel member only video, where whenever I upload a YouTube video, I feel like the only way for me to find anybody new is I have to uncheck that box that says publish to subscriber feed and notifications. Because quite frankly, unless I'm talking about Tekken 8, or rather, unless I'm shitting on Tekken 8, unless I'm having some sort of fucking quote-unquote beef with another content creator, the vast majority of you are not going to watch anything I do. Now, mind you, I said the vast majority. I didn't say all. There are a few exceptions. There are a few exceptions. Believe me, if I could clone some of the people that show up to my content that are channel members, if I could clone them in some way, I mean, I know it's kind of silly to say it, but if I could have more of those people, you know how happy I would be? You know how I would finally feel that if I were to talk about why is Nintendo attacking companies that create things like Power World? Why does Nintendo do this? Because there's a method behind their madness. Have I ever made a video about it? No. Will I? It's not really worth it. Because that a video like that of me spending hours of my fucking life gathering data, gathering articles, editing the shit, that would literally result in, at best, 50 views. At best. So when you look at it from my point of view, as hard as that might be for some people, it's not worth it. Unless it's something I'm really passionate about. You know, like early on, I remember I spoke about Nintendo's scummy business practices as it pertains to them forcing you to sign a waiver upon activating your Nintendo Switch 2. I spoke about all this. And while that video did well, in fact, it was my highest performing video. It was my highest performing video. That video, I think, has 17,000 views. I ripped Nintendo a new asshole in that video. If you thought, and this is why I tell, if you thought me talking shit about Tekken 8 is something, I think I would suggest some of you were to just go on my channel and look up my Nintendo playlist and watch the first video. I am pretty confident that I will never get a sponsorship from Nintendo. You want to talk about burning a bridge? Motherfucker, I have burnt the entire Nintendo universe. And I can care less. Because Nintendo, as far as I'm concerned, is a piece of shit fucking company that does the bare goddamn minimum, but yet and still charges an exorbitant amount of money for their piece of shit hardware, their piece of shit accessories that break at the moment of you dropping them on the goddamn ground. So you're gonna have to buy a new one. Fuck Nintendo. I say that with great pride. So if you really want to see me crash out and talk shit about something, go watch one of those videos. Because I hate Nintendo as a company. I love what Shigeru Miyamoto has done, you know, as a developer, but I am speaking specifically about Nintendo in general. They can go fuck themselves. But anyway, I digress. When it comes to speaking about these particular matters, again, the vast majority of people that I have in my channel, they don't care. I can, you know, sometimes I feel like if I were to just break my own rule, just, you know, and you know, maybe I'll put a stream. Let me put a stream marker here for this one. Let me do my little content creator stream marker thing. Let me put a marker for this one because I want this to be implicitly clear. If I were to download Tekken 8, and I said this before in another live stream, if I were to download Tekken 8 and play that shit every single fucking day for at least 3 hours for the entire month of August, I am willing to wager that I would have close to 3,000 subscribers. And that's sad. I'll tell you why that's sad. It's sad because it will prove, one, it'll prove my point that the vast majority of people, all they care about and want to see is brain rot bullshit. So that point will be proven. Two, I may not even survive the month of August because I will have so much venom and so much rage that I may actually literally die on live stream playing that game. So I may not even make it through August. But I have an idea. I think I would call it Tekken 8, the month of suffering. I know that if I were to look at my stream deck and I would look at the amount of people that would tune into those streams, it would definitely be more than what's here now. Now, you may say, well, then, you know what? Then why don't you just do it if you want to grow your channel? Well, see, that's just it. I don't want my channel to be based off of a bullshit fucking game. I don't. I really don't. I appreciate Mr. Mike. He was very kind to leave a $20 donation. So let me read this man's message. He says, I actually don't mind digital games. However, I'm more concerned about ownership and the ability to transfer my games to my daughter after I'm gone. Choice is important as a consumer in all markets. Love your real talks. Well, Mr. Saint Mike, I greatly appreciate you as an individual. Believe me, I wish I had more people like you in my streams, in my channel. Unfortunately, I do not. So to that point, while I have said that digital is the future, unfortunately for people like Saint Mike that loves his physical games, I'm sure, right? That wants to pass things along. Unfortunately, there are not enough of you out there that made a significant difference when it comes to the overall landscape of the industry. What do I mean by that? These companies don't care about you passing on games to your children. They don't care at all. And I'm pretty sure I'm not saying anything that you're not aware of. They care about maximizing their profit. They care about increasing their market share, and they care about the growing and emerging trends. And right now, that is AI, digital, the cloud, and subscription services. The four pillars that are currently in gaming right now. In fact, you can even look outside of gaming. If you look at the movie industry, shit, everything is on fucking Netflix, Amazon, Paramount Plus. So you don't really own anything. And unfortunately for people like Saint Mike, and there are a few others out there, like, you know, video game collectors that they love having their physical games. Unfortunately, there just is not enough of you out there that are banging that proverbial war drum that says we want it to be a particular way. Unfortunately, there are too many people out there that have essentially spoke with their wallet. They have accepted convenience over ownership. They've accepted the download speed of a digital game being upwards of 5 to 10 times faster than downloading that same game, or should I say uploading it or whatever, to your hard drive before you can even play the fucking game via the disk speed, the disk drive speed of the console. These are the realities. And this is why, honestly, whenever I do any of these real talks, these, you know, harsh realities or whatever, unfortunately, there are people out there that don't like my delivery. They don't like me personally for whatever reason. But at the end of the day, everything I'm saying is 100% facts. And people who don't believe me, if you want to channel your inner Sherlock Holmes, you can go on the internet and discover this for yourself. That's the real talk. It is what it is. At the end of the day, oh, I gotta say this. This right here, you know the thing that frustrates me? Going to a bodega, all you want is a nice toasted raisin bagel with cream cheese, and you bite into this fucking shit and it's stale. That's the thing that frustrates me. So, yeah. But it is what it is, man. So I'm going to be talking a lot about this. Let me try this one. Oh, hell no. Oh, fuck no. Yeah. Yeah, this shit's trash. So, I guess that's it for my bagels. I guess that's it. That shit fucking sucks. Well, I'm gonna be giving that bodega a word of my a piece of my mind. But at least I got my Celsius drink. So yeah. Let's look at what some people have said here. One guy says, play Marvel, Tolkien, or Avatar Legends then. Well, let me get closer to my computer real quick so I can kind of address this properly. So to Mr. Swag 88. Maybe you're new here. I do not have a PlayStation, so I cannot play Marvel Tolkien. That's number one. Number two, my laptop, because I believe that the game is also available on PC. My laptop is not sufficiently powerful enough to run a game like Marvel Tolkien, so that's eliminated. As far as Avatar Legends, well, I think I heard a report that, and I haven't really looked into it, but I think that the game was delayed for Xbox. I'm not too sure. I haven't really looked into it, but that's what I heard. I don't know how true it was. So, either way, I couldn't play it anyway. But I appreciate the comment. Let me see. Millie, what's good, Red? Been missing the streams. I'm back. How you been? I've been frustrated, Millie. I've been frustrated. But I've been growing. I've been learning. I've been figuring things out when it comes to streaming, but also learning a few harsh truths. And so I'm going to be yapping for a while. And but I hope all is well with you and everybody else that's in this stream. I hope everything is fine. I hope so. And but yeah, to Saint Mike, I know you're one of the smart ones. And I don't mean that in a condescending way, but it's just, it's a breath of fresh air whenever I come across anybody, whether it's in real life or a stream or somebody in the comment section. It's refreshing when I come across people that seem to get it. But at the end of the day, like I've said, the industry has spoken. And it has spoken via the customers that have made their decisions. In fact, you know something? Since I'm here, let me see. Let me show you a few things. I want to show you guys a few things real quick. Since I have a few people here, and bear with me because I think this is very relevant. Let me go and, because I'm pretty sure those that will just tune out, they didn't really care. Now I want to highlight something here. So I gather a wide array of articles, a wide array of things. So what I'm going to show you right now is this one particular article right here. See, this is what I look at. Now, this is an article from last year. See, this is what many of you need to understand and learn. But a lot of your favorite content creators don't do shit like this. They don't research shit. If you want to understand why there are so many Netflix, Hulu, Paramount, Disney Plus, Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, if you want to understand that, here you go. There you go. In fact, let me zero in on this for some of you. Let's zero in on this, right? What is that first? Look at that first segment. Look what that says. I'll read it. The global economy has undergone a structural shift with the rise of the subscription-based business model fundamentally transforming how companies generate revenue and how consumers access goods and services. Over the past decade, the subscription economy has expanded by 435%. Do I even need to continue? Do I? Do I really need to continue? So that is why companies do what they do. That's why. They look at things like this, they look at the data, and they move accordingly. So for those of you that hate AI, that hate cloud, that hate digital, that want this, that want that, at the end of the day, the vast majority of people, they have basically made the decision for you, because companies will always look at the majority. They don't care about the one person, and they don't care about the minority. They don't. So if out of 100 people, if 10 of you don't like a decision, but 90 of you do, which side do you think a company is going to lean toward? I mean, I know I'm not saying anything that's not true. I know I'm not saying anything that's like revolutionary, but I really question some people's understanding, because I feel that there are some people out there that believe it's the other way around. If you're in a group of people, a group of friends, and you have two movies that you have to decide on, well, if the majority of that group wants to see movie A, and you're among the few that wants to see movie B, unless you just want to distance yourself from the group and do your own thing, the group in general is going with movie A. It's that simple. It's that simple. That's why a lot of people, when they come up with all this outrage, all of this, oh my God, look at this, look at that. When I look at stuff like this, it's on your screen. When I look at this, am I surprised? Am I going to pump my fist in outrage? Why? This is the way of things. And this is just subscriptions. Do I need to also go with cloud? Do I need to also highlight AI? Do I need to also talk? You know what? Let's look at another article. Fuck it. We here. We here, right? Fuck it. I'm gonna have a good old time on this one. Let's go through all of my articles, shall we? Let's look at real shit. Let's see. Which one should I point out now? Let's see. Let me look at let me go to the game industry folder. And let's say, let me see. Let's look at this one. Here's an older article. And this goes to you fighting game players. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Why, oh why, are video games being made easier? Why is that? Well, if you look at this article here, dating from April 8th, 2025, now there are many different articles, but if you look at this, the casual versus hardcore, all of this, let's zoom in on this, right? Let's look at this. There you go. There you go. That's all I got to do. See, when you have an understanding of where this gaming industry is, when you have an understanding of why things are the way they are, when you are armed with that knowledge as I am, and then when I look at my peers on YouTube that have vastly larger audiences than I do, and when I look at their videos and I look at what they're talking about, and I feel like bashing my head through a brick wall that these people mostly have no fucking idea what they're talking about. All of this basically goes to highlight that when a company is developing a game, for instance, if said game is well into several millions of dollars, do you think it is viable for that developer to make a game that is going to appeal to you hardcore sweats? This is why, as much shit as I give Tekken 8, I understand why Namco went the direction they did with Tekken 8. I understand why Capcom went the direction they went with Street Fighter 6. I get it. See, the difference between myself and many of my peers in this space is that I can separate the businessman and the gamer. Of course, the gamer in me, do I like that Tekken 8 is a brain rot, scrub-friendly software that's cosplaying as a Tekken game? No, I fucking don't. So it's either do I keep playing the game or do I quit? I chose to quit. However, on the business side of things, understanding that Tekken 8, for instance, as we want to talk about Tekken 8 real quick, just to highlight this, the game costs, I think, over $120 million to make. So do you think that Namco Bandai would have been able to make that money back by just only appealing to the hardcore sweats, which makes up a very small percentage of the overall gaming industry when it comes to consumers? Fuck no. So they decided to do what they felt they needed to do by dumb down every fucking character, give these bullshit fucking mechanics called rage and heat, and the game is where it is. Now, of course, the hardcore market of things are always going to be that segment of the very vocal, those that will pump their fists in protest and, oh, this game is this, and I'm going to take to my Twitter and raise hell. I'm going to make my little YouTube video and get 100,000 views and take all that ad revenue. You know what Namco Bandai does? They look at each and every one of you and they laugh. They laugh. And if they're feeling generous, they might throw you guys a bone just to placate the hardcore sweats, as the young people call them. But at the end of the day, this is your reality. This is your reality. This is the sort of shit that people don't want to they don't want to act like it's there. They don't want to acknowledge the facts. When I talk about AI, when I talk about subscription services, do you know how many articles I literally comb through every day? Do you know how many things? Look at this. Do you know I go through this and I read this? When you look at this, when we click on hardcore games, let's click on hardcore games. Here is the key characteristics. And this is actually one of the weaknesses. A hardcore game, deep systems that require skill and strategy. Oh, but wait, hold on. I gotta say this. Do you know what is required to have skill and strategy? It requires an investment of your time. You are not going to get skilled at anything without investing time. And you're going to have setbacks. So right here, when you look at that first sentence that requires skill and strategy, oh yeah, do you think many people want to have that time or have the time to invest to gain that skill? No, they fucking don't. Sessions often exceed 30 minutes or more. How much time do you think the average person has? Maybe they're a parent. Maybe they have ADHD that's undiagnosed. Maybe they have a girlfriend, or maybe it's the other way around. They don't have that type of time, so they want to jump in and jump out. Competitive and cooperative gameplay is common. Okay, demands advanced device capabilities. That's basically meaning an investment from the developer to even create those fancy graphics. Okay, includes story-driven campaigns and strategic depth. Now, when you look at this, the casual gamer, they represent the broad and diverse user base. Basically, that's another way of saying that they are the larger base. That's basically what it is. Their preferences typically centered around ease of access, light entertainment, and short play sessions. So what does that mean? What that means is that a developer is going to spend a lot less money to create a casual game than they would if they were to create a very graphically intensive game that is that requires high levels of AI when it comes to the enemy AI routines, to the game engine that the game is actually developed on. All of that takes time and money. And if they're appealing to the hardcore sweats, the chances of them making that money back is very slim to none. Whereas if you look at a more casual game, the chances of them getting a return on investment is significantly higher. Why? Because it will apply and it will appeal. Sorry, it will appeal to a, what does it say? A broader, basically, and more diverse user base. That is the casual gamer demographic. And this is why when you have more storied franchises like a Tekken, like a Street Fighter, this is why the developers, they recognize that change. They recognize that shift in how gamers interact with games primarily, and they decided to add elements that are indicative of the casual gamer. This is why they do what they do. Unfortunately, I don't have hundreds and thousands of people on my in my subscriber base that actually gives two shits about this type of stuff. You see this right here? This is actually what I really want to talk about. This is the shit I really want to talk about. But unfortunately, until I feel I gain any kind of significant market of people that actually want to listen, it's very difficult to do this. I would go through this entire article. This would be an entire fucking video. This right here would be an entire video. This right here, breaking all of this shit down. This is a very large article. And you know what it'll be? It would barely get 10 views. That's the reality. And that's a sad reality. And like I said at the outset, it's not that the people don't exist that care about this shit. Just that they don't exist on my channel. Let's look at another one, shall we? Let's look at another one of my favorite articles here. This one right here. Now this, if you look at this. Oh, okay. I think that article, I don't know, maybe somebody took that article down. So let me get rid of that one. But let's look at, hold on. Games, casual. Look at this. Let's look at this one. This is from Forbes, right? We got this article from Forbes. Social casual experiences to, oh, let me get rid of all these advertisements. Hold on. Because this is Forbes, so they trying to get all the money they can get. Oh my God. Like, these ads are like slowing my fucking computer down. All right, here we go. Social casual experiences to command gaming revenue by 2028. We're like literally around the corner from that, by the way. Oh, and mind you, this article was published July 16th, 2024. And that's another thing. I want people to understand this. I love looking at older articles. The reason why I love older articles is because it's like when you look at it, like back in 2024, it would be like any other article. But looking at this in 2026, 2 years removed, it's lovely to see how everything that's in this article has come true and will come true in the date that they're actually listing here, which is 2028, which at the time of this article, which would have been 4 years for them, which is 2 years for us. Look at this. Do I really need to read along? Do I really need? All I gotta do is read this. That's it. That's all I gotta do. See, when you have an understanding of this industry, nothing really surprises you. While I sip on my Celsius drink, you guys read that real quick, because I gotta throw away these stale ass bagels that I got. I'll be right back. This is good learning for many of you. Yep. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, fucking buddy. At the end of the day, when you have an understanding of what is versus what isn't when it comes to the gaming space, as I do, nothing really surprises. It just doesn't. It's sort of like more of the same. It's like, what else is going to happen? So whenever I hear people talk about, oh, AI slop and, oh, you know, I don't want to lose my physical games, or, oh, I don't like the cloud. Why is Microsoft doing this? Why is Amazon pushing Luna? Why is this? Why? It's like I'm left with the realization that many people just have no idea what's going on. They don't. And you know, that's fine. You know, that's totally fine. You know, I don't know everything, contrary to what some people may think. I don't know everything, but I do know a great deal. And what I don't know, I will find out. The difference between me and many other people is that I'm not afraid to be wrong. I will admit when I'm wrong, and I put forth actual time to learn things and research things. And I just don't see that in many cases. I'm sure there are maybe a fucking handful of other creators that do something similar to this, but most of them don't. Most of them I see is just outrage, it's misinformation. But yeah, and so these are the people that get all the fucking views, they get all the attention. So it's a true mind fuck to me. I don't know. It doesn't make. It's like somebody telling me 3 + 3 is 50. It doesn't add up to me, but it is what it is. But if I were to go, let's look at another article, shall we? Let's look at another one. Let's see. What's another one I can look at? Because I have so many, but I just want. Oh, let's look at. Oh, microtransactions. Oh, that's a favorite one. Let's look at How much microtransactions? Look at this. Now, I can pretty much guarantee you that this is yet another thing I've heard people bitch and complain about. But at the end of the day, nothing is going to change with this. So this article was what? April 11th, 2025. Microtransactions accounted for 58% of PC gaming revenue last year. That's only PC revenue. So we don't know what the revenue of, or at least maybe not in this article, what PlayStation or Xbox. So when you factor all this in, and people saying, oh, we hate this, we hate that. Well, you know something? For each one of you that say that you hate it, there's like 20 of you that's actually buying that fucking horse armor, that's buying that motherfucking glowing fucking armor set. So that's just what it is. And when you look at the data, at the end of the day, it is what it is. It is what it is. And don't be one of those people that say, well, oh, this was just last year. So if you're going to say that, you could say the same thing for 2024, 2023, 2022. Every year, microtransactions has pretty much gone up year over year. And it remains a steady pillar of the gaming industry when it comes to gaining additional money beyond the point of sale. And if you're one of those people that hates microtransactions, well, hey, sorry. Much like AI, much like downloading your games, this will remain the future. Another harsh reality. So people can take a contrarian point of view if they wish. That's fine. That's totally fine. If you want to go against the grain, if you want to swim upriver, at the end of the day, nothing you say is going to matter unless on the only time, because there's always exceptions to the rules. The only time where you as an individual might have any sort of power is if you are like an Elon Musk. Meaning, if it wasn't clear as it is, if you as an individual, if you have a shit ton of influence, money, status, then and only then is the individual might matter. But if you're anything like me, a regular poor individual, just trying to make it in life, if you're anything like me, your thoughts don't mean shit. They don't mean anything. That's another harsh reality. We're not here to coddle you. Or should I say, I'm not here to coddle you. The gloves are off on this. This is the harsh reality. Microtransactions will continue. AI will dominate eventually. Subscription services will be every fucking where. You will rent and you will own nothing. That's it. That's just it. That is the harsh reality. And as some of you will tune out of my stream because I see them popping in and popping out. I'm sorry if you don't like that. If you feel some sort of way about it, hey, I'm not here to try to coddle you. I'm not here to rub your back and be like, oh, it's going to be okay. No, I'm here to tell you what it is. This is the reality. This is the fucking truth. This is the reality. And I'm just like, this is why this sort of thing doesn't surprise me. If I scroll on down here, all right, let's look at this. Oh, we love graphs. Let's zoom in on the graph, shall we? Let's zoom in on the graph. Let's zoom in on the fucking graph. Now, this is 2024, right? Let's zoom in on this. There you go. $5.3 billion in DLC, 0.8 year over year, 10.7 billion in premium. Like, it just, you have to understand, man. You have to come to the realization that the game industry is the way it is. And no amount of small splinter factions that's going to bitch and complain, pump their fists in the air saying we want what we want, they're not listening to you. You don't matter. You don't matter. If you want to be one of those sorts, I'll say, well, we're going to vote with our wallet. That's fine. There's just not enough of you that is voting with your wallet. There's not enough of you. It doesn't matter. If people really wanted their physical games to stay collectively, then none of this would have gotten off the ground. Let me look at something else. Since we're doing all this raw, since I don't rely on a fucking teleprompter like other people do. So let's look at something else, shall we? Let's see. Let me go to what's something else I can show? Let's see. Well, we can talk about the casual game mechanics. We could talk. Oh, let's talk about the psychology of microtransactions. I remember I saved this article. Now this is this is a good one. We're gonna put a marker on this one. Why not? Maybe I might post this later for like the 5 people that'll actually tune in, because I'm not talking about Tekken, so nobody cares about this sort of thing. So if I look at this is an article from Sarah Lee. Wow. Isn't that the person that bakes cakes and stuff, Sarah Lee? I don't know. I'm thinking about the commercial. Yeah. So in 2025, June 11th, look at this. So let's learn something together, shall we? The psychology behind microtransactions, the role of dopamine in microtransaction purchases. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter associated with pleasure, reward, and motivation. In the context of gaming, dopamine release is triggered by experiences such as achieving milestones, receiving rewards, or acquiring new items. Microtransactions tap into this dopamine-driven feedback loop by offering players a chance to acquire desirable items or enhance their gaming experience. Research suggests that the anticipation of a reward can stimulate dopamine release even more than the reward itself. Think about that for a second. Game designers exploit this phenomenon by creating anticipation and excitement around microtransactions, often using techniques such as limited time offers, exclusive items, and randomized rewards. Social pressure and influence of peers is another significant factor driving microtransaction purchases. Players are often influenced by their peers, whether it's through social media, online forums, or in-game interactions. The desire to fit in, be competitive, or simply to be seen as successful can motivate players to make purchases. A study on social influence in online gaming found that players are more likely to make microtransactions when they perceive their peers as doing so. Game designers can amplify this effect by incorporating social features such as leaderboards, chat functionality, or community events, which foster a sense of belonging and competition among players. The perceived value of microtransaction is crucial in determining which or whether a player will make a purchase. Players tend to overvalue items they already possess, a phenomenon known as endowment effect. Game designers can leverage this bias by making items scarce, exclusive, or difficult to obtain, thereby increasing their perceived value. Here we go. Player acquires item. Item is scarce? Yes. Player overvaluates item. Player more likely to purchase similar item. Item is scarce? No. Player undervalues item. Player less likely to purchase similar items. How interesting. Techniques for encouraging microtransaction purchases: variable rewards, limited time offers, social comparison, emotional manipulation, using narrative, music, or visuals to evoke emotions and create a sense of attachment to certain items or outcomes. Again, I can go on and on and on about this. At the end of the day, many people that I deal with, whether in my stream, whether in my comment section, people that overestimate what they think they know and they want to attach their little wagon, I deal with these people and it's fucking irritating. This is why I don't even acknowledge them. I just literally ignore them because I've already seen they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but they want to have a seat at the table still. It is what it is. They can have that seat by themselves. At the end of the day, this is big business. No matter what you think, no matter what you think the ethics are, whether or not you decide to buy it, whether or not you decide to invest in it, you don't matter. You are irrelevant because you do not represent the majority. The majority of people will and have continued to invest in microtransaction year after year after year. It is not going away. So at the end of the day, you guys can bitch, piss, moan, whine, complain. At the end of the day, this is here to stay. Much like what? AI, digital games, subscription services, oh, and cloud. So all of this that I'm showing is to try to give some of you, because I know there's a few that, like I said, they kind of overestimate what they think they know. Those people, I don't even waste my time with those people anymore. They're too far gone. They're too far gone. But maybe there's a few of you that actually want to know what is versus what is not. I do this for you guys. That's just what it is. At the end of the day, when it comes to practices like fear of missing out, nostalgia, many of these companies, contrary to what you think, they actually hire and utilize psychological practices to play on the fears, on the psyche of their customer base. That's the truth. So while I say fuck Nintendo are very good at this. Nintendo has essentially perfected using nostalgia to continue to rope in new people and to keep those people they currently have. They will sell you 50 million versions of Mario and you will buy it at full price. It is what it is. So it is what it is. Didn't I just mention psychological stuff? Here we go right here. Apply knowledge of cognitive biases such as endowment effect or loss aversion to inform microtransaction design. Identify what drives players to make purchases, whether it's social pressure or desire for exclusivity, or a need for progression. Ensure that microtransactions offer value to players while generating revenue for the game developers. Well, that's the end goal, actually. At the end of the day, these are the things that I deal with. These are the things that I prefer to speak on. But unfortunately, what ends up happening, I have too many people in my subscriber base that don't give two fucks about this. In fact, let's look at my amazing, and I do mean this in a full sarcastic way, let's look at my amazing YouTube channel real quick. Let's look at this, shall we? Let's look at this. So I have 2.27 thousand subs right now, right? And like I said, I'm willing to wager maybe about 20 to 30 of them actually care about anything beyond playing a brain rot game. That's unfortunately the reality. I can speak on AI. I can speak on how AI is basically screwing people out of their jobs left and right. In fact, one of my relatives got screwed out of working for a big tech company for over 20 years just because they decided that person's entire department is now going to be AI driven. So everybody that was in that department all got a pink slip. This is why I find it funny. I find it hilarious even when people talk about how they love AI. I find it like I'm not a fan of AI per se, but I'm well aware of where things are going. And it's going to happen. The only way many of the things that are happening in my industry, the only way there will be a change is if enough people, and I mean millions, if enough of them put their foot down. And that's likely not going to happen in my lifetime. So everything is going to continue on its path. Like I said, AI, cloud, digital games, and subscription services. That is your future. So for those people that want to keep talking about, oh, well, I'll just keep playing my Xbox. I'll keep playing my Xbox 360. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about your Xbox 360. They don't care about your little game collection. They don't give two fucks. You do not matter to them. So this is why when I have some people in my comment section that will profess, like, take this fucking moral high ground of like, oh, I'm not gonna do this because I'm just like, in my mind, this is what is happening in my mind when I read comments like that. I'm thinking, one, you don't know what's going on in this industry. Number two, have fun. Play your older games. That's fine. This industry as it is present is not for you. That's it. Because there's really nothing else I can say to those people. What can I say to them? They are already in there. It's like their mind is already made up of what they think shit should be. But I'm living in the world of what things are. There's a big difference. My personal feelings regarding AI is irrelevant. It's fucking irrelevant. It's irrelevant. You know what? This is very easy. How? Oh, no, fuck that. Hold up. What is, there we go. It's very simple. What is the estimated revenue of AI globally over the last 3 years? Let's look at 3 years. Let's look at this. Let's see what they say. Let's see what we got here. Interesting. While there is no single universally agreed figure for AI revenue in the last 3 years, the most reliable proxy is global corporate AI investment, which closely tracks the economic activity and spending tied to AI development. This is supplemented by broader AI market size estimates. 2024, $252.3 billion in corporate AI investment, up 44.5% from 2023, and this is from fucking Stanford, by the way, if you want a fucking source. 2025, $581.7 billion in global corporate AI investment, up 130% year over year. AccessIntelligence.com if you want the fucking source. This includes private investment, mergers and acquisitions, and corporate research and development spend on AI. It reflects the total capital flowing into AI-enabled products, services, and infrastructure. Broader AI market size, proxy for total economic value, $454.12 billion. 455 billion. What is this? 2.52 trillion for 2026. If we take corporate AI investment as the closest measure of AI-related revenue generation, the global AI economy grew from roughly 252 billion in 2024 to 582 billion in 2025, a 130% increase. This suggests that over the last 3 years, from 2023 to 2025, the AI-related revenue stream has likely increased from about 454 billion in 2023 to 582 billion in 2025, representing a 28% annualized growth rate. So whenever I deal with people that want to try to take this moral high ground against me, they want to try to think they're educating me. I look at these people and laugh. I truly do. I laugh. As I said, AI is not going anywhere. Your games, your consoles, your fucking life is going to be AI. That's it. And that's just one pillar. In fact, let's take it a step further. Let's take it a step further, shall we? Let's go and let's dive back in, because this is the shit I love. I love doing this. I love doing this. What is the estimated revenue of digital game sales versus physical games over the last 10 years? Let's look at this. So I'm curious. I'm curious what is going to be revealed here. Sort of like, what's in the box? Let's see. Ah, yes. Would you look at that? Oh, man. Would you look at that? See, and you know the funny, here's something that I find very funny. This is the humorous. This is very humorous. I've seen people who don't like me, and every one of them can go fuck themselves as far as I'm concerned. But every single person that I've seen that doesn't like me, that says I'm this, I'm that. Here's a fun fact for those that say, oh, well, I'm not doing anything that nobody else can do. I'm regurgitating articles from so-and-so. I'm doing this, I'm doing. You know the funny thing about this is that you're right. You're actually right. For instance, if I were to talk about why did Microsoft, just a quick detour real quick. If I were to talk about and explain why Microsoft decided to change things up in the 8th generation with the Xbox One, if I were to talk about that, much of that information is publicly known. Like, why did Microsoft go the route that they did with Xbox One? Why? I break that down. But much like all of that information is out there, how many of you motherfuckers actually even looked in that direction? How many people actually take the time to look in that direction? Not many. So I find it humorous that I'm being criticized by certain dumb fucks out there that, oh, you're just using the internet, typing up a search. I'm like, but that's the age in which we live in. So instead of me prioritizing doom scrolling through Twitter and Instagram all fucking day, I choose to use the internet for the purpose of educating myself and actually learning what is really going on in my industry. And I find it hilarious that I'm critiqued by some people that take an issue and want to say, well, you act like you know everything. Well, I don't know everything, but I probably know more than you, the person that's criticizing me for taking the time out of my day of doom scrolling and actually using the internet to gain some sort of insight and information. That's the thing that I find hilarious. I find it very, very interesting. Very interesting. Because all the information is out there. It's not that hard. Right there, you see here. Over the last decade, digital distribution has overwhelmingly, look at the word, overwhelmingly surpassed physical game sales. 2025, $188.8 billion, with digital accounting for 95% of game sales. What is the source of this? Let's look at this real quick. What's the source? Quantum Run, video game statistics of 2026. So if you want, you can look that up if you wish. For console-specific data in 2023, 83% of console games were sold digitally. Bruh. Do I need to, hold up. I think I have to say it again. 83%. That means 83% of gamers around planet Earth have bought their games digitally, leaving 17% as physical discs. PC games since the early 2010s have been predominantly digital, now approaching 99% digital adoption on major platforms like Steam. Two sources, Quantum Run and twicethebits.com. So why is people acting like, oh my God, Sony going digital? It's a joke. It's hilarious to me. You see, like I said, I'm not here to coddle you. I'm not here to coddle you. I am here to give the realest of talk. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to give you the realest of talk that you'll ever hear in your life, that maybe your other favorite content creators, they're too afraid to talk about. At the end of the day, this right here, this is the reality. This is what is. 83% physical adoption. I mean, digital adoption. So is there really a surprise that Sony has finally said, you know what, we're pulling the plug on physical discs? Is there really any surprise? If you are a multi-billion-dollar company and you look at the data as I'm looking at right now, and this is all over the internet. If you want to take it upon yourself, this is not hard to find. If you look at this data and you are a fucking highly paid executive working at Sony, and you're forecasting for the years of 2028, 2030, 2033, and you're looking at the trend, why in the fuck are you going to keep pushing physical games when the customers have already fucking made the decision? And you're always going to have that very small percentage of people that's going to be kicking and screaming, you know, oh my God, we want physical games. Sorry. There's not enough of you to make a difference. Either, and here's the funny thing, if you guys don't buy a PS6, Sony is not going to give two fucks, because at the end of the day, there's going to be like 20 of other people that will buy the fucking system. They will buy a PS6 and they will enjoy those games digitally. That's a reality. That's a fact. That is a harsh reality. That is a harsh pill to fucking swallow. So you can be one of those people that will say, you know what, I don't like digital games. That's fine. You can like what you like. You can choose to abstain, you can choose to quit gaming, or you can choose to keep playing your little PS3 or your Xbox 360. That's fine. Go, have at it. But this is the future. Is it a future I like? No. But as an individual, would Sony care about what my thoughts are? No. Does Microsoft care what my thoughts are individually? Fuck no. I'm not Elon Musk. I'm not Jeff Bezos. I'm not somebody who has millions and millions of dollars and influence like that. They don't care. They are looking at the reality right there in black and white on your screen right now. So I'm not here to coddle anybody. This is the reality. So you can either jump ship, you can either embrace or go away. That's it. That's real fucking talk. That's it. I hate to be the one that is ripping the Band-Aid off, you know, but sometimes you got to rip the Band-Aid off fast. If we look at this, we scroll further down, right? Look at this. US. We want to talk about America. 2024 US video game revenue over $113 billion with digital sales the primary driver. What's the source of this? Let's see. Statistica. Oh, we love that website. That's what Statistica does. They focus on fucking statistics. Physical game revenue is down 85% from its 2008 peak due to consumer preference for downloads, subscription services, and cloud gaming. Isn't that what the fuck I just been saying? Didn't I just say that's going to be the pillar? That's the pillars? AI, subscription services, cloud, and digital games. You ain't got to like me. You don't even have to subscribe to me, honestly. But I will say this. You are getting nothing but real talk. Period. I'm not holding your hand. I'm not saying what's right and what's wrong, because honestly, it doesn't fucking matter, does it? Do I like physical games? Of course I like physical games. In fact, do it again. Let's look at this. We like physical games. We like physical games, right? We like motherfucking physical. Is this on? Is this on? We like motherfucking physical games. We gonna do physical games right now. Let me see. Let me put the camera on me real quick. Hold on for a second. We like fucking physical games, right? So let me make sure I do this properly, right? We like physical games, right? Okay. I want the camera to fucking see this. We like physical games. Here's physical games. There's physical games. There you have it. Physical fucking games. At the end of the day, at the end of the fucking day, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, there is just not enough of you that are buying physical games. There isn't. See, right here, moving my camera. This is the reality. See all this shit? Physical. All this, physical. All this shit, physical games. So when people want to talk shit, saying, "Oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm a hypocrite," fuck you. Because at the end of the day, as a 45-year-old gamer, I've fucking spent fucking decades buying my games, buying my shit. The reality is simply this. That's your fucking reality. That is your reality on the screen right the fuck now. That is reality. That is what Sony is looking at. That is what Microsoft is looking at. They don't give a flying fuck about what you bought as an individual or as that very tiny vocal minority. They don't give two shits. At the end of the day, companies are going to do what is best for them. And from their perspective, there are just not enough motherfuckers out there that have bought physical games. And that is the realest fucking talk you will ever hear in this fucking platform. I dare you to find somebody else that's more real than me. I dare you. Because at the end of the day, this is reality. Now I gotta put my shit away. That's what it is. I think that would be a good short, right? Yeah, fuck it. Put a little Twitch marker there. Why not, right? Be a good YouTuber for that one. Let me put my shit away real quick. You know what I'm saying? Let's do that. Yeah. Let me see. We got fucking Far Cry, motherfucking Scarlet Nexus. Man, we got all sorts of shit in here. I'll just put it. I'll organize this shit later. But I got a little beside myself. But real talk, like it is what it is. Like all this fucking fake outrage from people talking about, oh, Sony is doing it. Sony is going to do what they're gonna fucking do. They're gonna do what they're gonna fucking do. It doesn't matter what you expect, what you think. They don't care about what you think. They don't. At the end of the fucking day, like, that's the reality. That's the fucking reality. Either fucking accept it or don't accept it. That's it. They don't care. That's it. I try to be as direct as possible, because I feel like trying to be anything else is a waste of fucking time. I think people, they have this mindset that the industry should form around them as individuals. And I'm here to tell you, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. Like I said, man, I wanted to create this stream because I had a lot on my mind, but I'm just going all over the place here. If you look at this right here, when you look at the 7th generation, right? The 7th generation represents the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. Okay. So if you look at this, this is also very indicative of things. Physical predominated, digital storefronts were just emerging. 8th generation, which is the PS4 and the Xbox One. Digital downloads gained momentum by 2018, 2019. Digital overtook physical for major console titles. Real shit. 9th generation, what we're currently in, the PS5 and the Series X. Digital dominates. Many titles now either launch digitally first or exclusively. This generational shift aligns with increasing broadband penetration. And what does that mean? That means that one of the bottlenecks, one of the main issues regarding this was the fact that America specifically had shit internet. Now that we have progressed over time, Microsoft is partly responsible for this, given their great investment into various AI data centers and cloud centers and such like that around the world. The internet speeds have exponentially increased over the years, so it is now creating this pathway to bring about this reality that we're currently in. And then of course you got larger game files, and the economics favoring developers and publishers, higher margins from digital distribution, because a lot of times you do not, as a developer, you don't have to pay any additional money outside your pocket, because you don't have to really pay for distribution. You can just have that game exist on your digital storefront. You don't have to pay the tractor trailers, the airplanes, the ships to bring your game from one country to the next and transport it to like a thousands of Targets or thousands of Walmarts. You eliminate all those costs. You don't have to worry about this store having this particular sale, that store have no. You dictate what the price is. Now, of course, is that favorable to the consumer from a competitive standpoint when it comes to sale price? No, it's not. But unfortunately, we got here to this reality because consumers decided with their fucking wallet that they would rather have convenience over ownership. And this is the result of their choice. And of course, my heart goes out to some of you that, that prefer your physical games. But unfortunately, the reality is there were just not enough of you that were banging the war drum. It just wasn't. So you guys are left with a decision. Either convert, stay with your older games, or quit gaming altogether. Those are your options. Now, there are people that will say, well, maybe they should offer an option. And I do agree with that. Maybe they should have an option of, say, and this has been going on, actually. For instance, I know a game called Marvel Cosmic Invasion, a very good beat 'em up. If you want, like, for instance, when they came out with that game, I think it was December 1st of last year. Great beat 'em up. If you wanted the physical version, I think they released it in April, I think. You had to wait several months, and then I believe you had to order it directly from them. Larian Studios, they believe in having physical games as well, but you would order it directly from them. Like if you wanted a Baldur's Gate or Divinity or whatever. There are other developers and publishers that do offer that type of that option. However, what I see, and I think this will be a new emerging market, and of course gamers will bitch and complain about this too, like they do most things. You will have companies that will provide you a physical disc copy. However, the company will charge you a premium. So where you buy that physical, that digital game, which I think games now are $70, it'll be $69.99. But if you want that physical version of the game, $80. That's going to be that is going to be the next market. In fact, it's actually taking hold very slowly, because like I said, I'm seeing other developers and publishers. I've been seeing them do that, and I think people are going to catch on and say, you know what, we do have people that prefer physical games, so we can exploit that. So for the people out there that want physical versions, we'll just charge a premium and they will buy it. That's just it. You ain't got to like it, but that's the reality. That is the future of that's the future. So, but anyway, that's how this goes. So anyway, let me lean back here. I feel like relaxing for a moment. Let me shift gears while I watch like the vast majority of people leave the stream, because I'm going to talk about something else now. So, but I appreciate you guys sticking around for that, at least. So the next thing I want to touch on right now, as I'm relaxed, and let me alter the camera a little bit. That's why I love this Stream Deck. I can kind of like maneuver the camera like so. And yeah, I got my shorts on and shit like that. It's fucking summertime here in New York, and I ain't got no AC because, you know, I'm poor over here. So it comes down to content creation. I've said to people that even I've made a few private videos about this. Well, not private, but videos to my channel members. And of course, if you really want to support me, that's, in my opinion, I feel like that's the best way, because having more channel members, which is only, it starts at $2. It ain't gonna fucking kill you, but I do have $5 and $10 memberships. Oh, I know. Well, I'm getting into the e-begging. I know if anybody leaves the comment, oh, Red is e-begging. Okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. What it is that it does help financially. It does help play into kind of having a bit more confidence in a sense, because you feel like, hey, if you have a bunch of channel members that are paying you a monthly whatever, the likelihood of many of them watching your video is going to be higher because they're pretty much paying for it. And you kind of have that sense of, hey, you know, this is an audience, a segment of your audience that's going to probably, like, they're invested in you. And so I think that's a great thing. And so I want to try to make more videos for those folk. But when trying to expand, you know, it's very much an experiment. You know, the thing is, the and you know, actually, that's a, let me touch on that, the confidence aspect. Anybody that is a creator, anybody that has a real channel, and I'm not talking, I mean like you have a channel that this is not a hobby for you. Like, this is, you're trying to go somewhere with this. When you spend 2 or more hours on a video and you hit publish, and for whatever reason that video doesn't do well, it bombs, whatever the reason is, unless you are a fucking android, unless you're like a machine, at some point it's going to start fucking with you. It's going to. It might be the first video, it might be 10 videos. It's a bit different when you know you have a couple of channel members on your channel, because you have that segment of people, however many members you have, whether you have 1, whether you have 20, whether you have 100, whatever, you know that when you post a video and you hit upload and you've selected it to be members only, there is a high percentage that the people that's in that group are going to engage with it in some way, form, or fashion. That's just what it is. And over the course of time, it kind of makes it that when you make videos on that front, it feels like your efforts go a long way, as opposed to just posting a video into the void and it just puckers out for whatever reason. Maybe the title didn't land, maybe the thumbnail, could be the fact that you just have a bunch of dead subscribers on your channel, which is what I have. So yeah, it does, over the course of time, it does affect one's confidence. It does get to a point of, why should I even bother making this video? Like, what's the point? Because you know it's gonna take you this amount of effort, this amount of time, and it's like, why even bother? So that exists. That exists. And you're not gonna know this unless you are a content creator yourself. Like, if all you do is watch YouTube, you're not going to understand that. You're not going to understand that aspect. You're just not. It's like trying to explain to somebody what's it like to be homeless. I've been homeless. I know what it's like to be outside in the street with nowhere to go and try to survive. I know what that's like. Trying to explain that to somebody else, they are never going to understand that. That's like somebody who was born rich. They'll never really understand what the struggle of being poor is like. It's like that. So when you are constantly putting out videos and they are just, you can list whatever reasons you want. At the end of the day, it does weigh on you. It does. Whether it happens sooner or later, it's going to happen. So you have to kind of be like, hey, are you going to quit? Are you going to alter things? Are you going to go a different direction? Are you going to pivot? So there are ways, there are things you can do, but many people, they just say, you know what, I'm done, and they quit. So for me, as a researcher and somebody that's very data driven, I realize moving forward, I'm just going to have to just no longer publish to my subscriber feed, because I have far too many subscribers on my channel that do absolutely fucking nothing. And I have very few that engage with my content. For instance, I've ran this experiment. When I do a live stream, in the YouTube studio options, you can have it to where at the moment the stream ends, it goes unlisted. So when I do that, I've done that for a few streams already. When I look at the total amount of people that stream encountered while I was live, sometimes when I look at it, it'll show 200 people, 150, kind of like in that bracket. When I look at new subscribers, donut. Maybe one or two. Maybe it might be somebody that might follow me over on my Twitch. But for the most part, not really. Not really much. So then that makes me think, if I just no longer publish to my subscriber feed, if I prioritize the few people I do have that are channel members that are paying $2, $5, some even paying $10 a month, if I prioritize those people, I feel for me that just makes more sense. Because with me trying to do the typical YouTube path of putting out videos to everybody, and you're looking at the result in the data, it's pointless. And then when you dive a little bit deeper and learn that when you have a large contingent of your subscriber base that don't watch your videos, they don't comment on your videos, they don't like your videos, they don't do any fucking, they're just there, that weighs your video down. So YouTube will no longer really push your video to new people. And the only ways that I've learned to get around that is either to quit and make a brand new channel, or when you're uploading, to uncheck that publish to subscriber feed. Those are the only two things I can think of based on everything I've looked into. That's it. That's it. Because you can argue, right? You can say, well, maybe my videos just weren't good enough. That's fine. That's a harsh reality. I can eat that. I can take that. Maybe my title wasn't great. Maybe my thumbnail wasn't great, which is fine. I'm not the fucking graphic designer expert when it comes to that shit. You know, I don't have a team of people that do that, like Maximilian Dude or any of these larger channels. Like, these people have these larger creators, they have whole teams that do shit for them. That's a fucking reality. So when you're just by yourself, it's a completely different reality. The rules there are different rules for people like me versus rules like Luke Stevens, Fighting Cowboy, Cole Carnage, Maximilian Dude. These larger content creators, the rules don't apply to them. They can literally go live, pick their fucking nose, scratch their ass, and they're going to have thousands of people in their live stream. The rules don't apply to them. So when you are at the lower end of the totem pole, like people like me, where I'm at, there's a lot of luck that's involved, especially if you're trying to grow on Twitch. Good luck with that. Good fucking luck. That is pure fucking happenstance and luck on that front. If you, again, get lucky and have something go viral, that's cool. But the day-to-day, the only thing that you can do as a content creator is just try to show up. Because it is going to be luck. You are going to be reliant on luck. But if you embrace the grind, that allows you more opportunities to be lucky. And I think that's something that I don't know how many people understand. But back when I was a younger man, I was doing a lot of door-to-door sales. And when you do door-to-door sales, sure, you can, your delivery, your knowledge of the product or service comes into play, but a lot of it is luck. So if you go on a block that has 20 houses and you knock on every single door and you do your spiel, you do your selling, hey, my name is so-and-so, da-da-da-da, I got this product going on, this is what it does, this is how it can benefit you, this is how to use it, whatever. If that house has 20, if that block has 20 houses and you go to every single house, you're doing everything that you can possibly do, and shit will still possibly not work out. That's a harsh reality. Now, the same situation, if instead you only go to 5 houses out of that 20, you've kind of narrowed your own window of both happenstance and luck. Some people might understand this premise. Some of it might go over your head, but that's one of the ways I can kind of explain it best. Because you could do everything right and shit will still not work out. You just won't know until you do it. And the doing part of it is highly dependent on, I don't suggest following it exclusively, but there's motivation, there's discipline. Those are two different aspects, because discipline will last you longer and will get you over the finish line. Motivation can help you get started, but it doesn't guarantee that it'll keep you going. So if you had to pick one of the two, I would always settle on discipline. But that's something that, many people, they're just not disciplined in their life for anything. To lose weight, you have to be disciplined. To get promoted in your job, a lot of times is discipline, doing the right thing, showing up, putting the work. And it's the same thing doing this content creation thing. So you can be live streaming on Twitch, for instance, to nobody. Nobody's watching you. You can have the most engaging, most entertaining live stream the world has ever known, but nobody is fucking seeing you because nobody knows you exist. So you do it day after day, day after day. And then it just, you have to ask yourself, is this worth it? And as a human being, you're going to have those conversations. You may lie to yourself and say, nah, not me. That's bullshit. Everybody hits that wall. Every fucking body. I don't care who the fuck you are. And there are times where I've hit that wall where I'm like, you know what? Why am I even bothering? I can literally, based on my knowledge of this industry, I can give you a complete, concise explanation as to why consoles cost what they are. I can give you a fucking video on the rise of AI. I can tell you why RAM costs the way it is. I can tell you why all sorts of shit. And you know what will happen? Hardly no viewership. So now on the flip side, if I'm just streaming a video game, I go live on Twitch, nobody will fucking see me. Well, maybe one or two people. If I happen to go to the bathroom, because I'm streaming for fucking 3 hours, if I go to the bathroom and then all of a sudden 5 people show up in my stream, they see I'm not there, they dip out. I just missed out, didn't I? So it's all happenstance. It's all fucking luck. It is. At the end of the fucking day, it's pure fucking luck. The only thing that you can control is trying to be live as much as you can. That's it. You can control how often you show up. So, for instance, this live right now I'm doing, will anybody subscribe to me? I don't know. Will anybody become a new channel member? I have no clue. Will anybody follow me on Twitch? I don't know. If I go live tomorrow, who knows? I might get 5 new subscribers. If I go live next week, I might get nobody. The point is, you don't fucking know. But the one guarantee is, if you are not live, if you are not making videos, you have a 100% guarantee that nothing will happen. It's like that old saying of, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. If I were to take 10 jump shots, there's a chance I might make 1. If I do nothing, that guarantees nothing. So that's why I say that people that come across you, it is a degree of luck. It is a degree of happenstance. Because, for instance, I love Assassin's Creed Shadows. I think anybody that follows me probably would know that by now. I love Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm well aware, and I've covered all of the controversy beyond that, like that pertains to that game. I know more about that game than most. I know all the controversy. I've talked about it well over a year. However, I love the Shinobi stealth aspect. That's my shit. I will even go so far and say that at present day, right now, I had to be honest with myself and say, you know what? What is a game that you can probably play every single fucking day? And I have to say it's Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's not to say that Crimson Desert isn't a great game. It's not to say Cyberpunk isn't a great game. But AC Shadows allows me to do something that I love to do. And that is play as a fucking ninja in an open world
and stalk and take out my enemies. There's not many games out there that allows me to do that and look damn good doing it. So if I'm streaming that game, somebody will tune in. They may or may not like my overlay. They may or may not like the sound of my voice. They may or may not like the fact that I'm a man. They may or may not like, I can go right on down the list. So that's why I say it's really luck and happenstance. There are so many variables out there that you have no control over. You have no control over. There are people out there that don't like me because, one, I keep it real. Two, I'm not trying to spare anybody's feelings. I call it like I see it. I call out the bullshit. I call out agendas. People don't like that. People don't really like the truth. I've noticed that. They like a well-constructed lie. They like the illusion. They like somebody that is not going to ruffle feathers. That's what I see. The majority of people, they prefer people that and that's the weird thing. They don't want to admit, but their action, their viewing habits, who they choose to support, they rather people that will bullshit and lie to them. I've seen this all over Twitter. All over Twitter without failure. And that's just not me. Many of these people I see that do their large channels, how they are on their channel, if you were to bump into them in real life, you will meet a completely different person. One, because they don't have the benefit of being in front of a teleprompter. That's number one. That's number one. Number two, they're very performative. That's not me. It's not me. I am a very direct and serious natured person. And I understand that I am not everybody's cup of tea. I get it. I'm some people's shot of whiskey, though, but I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And I get that. You know, it is what it is. So when I look at where I want my channel to go, and just when I see people's viewing habits and like what do I want my path to be? I can tell you it's not Tekken 8. I can fucking tell you that shit right now. But I look at workflow. What do I want? So for instance, I'm left with a couple of questions. And believe me, I have consulted Google, I've consulted AI and all the other shit, and there's certain things that I'm like, okay, well, I kind of knew about this, but I like learning more and more and getting into the minutia of certain things. Like for instance, when I mentioned Assassin's Creed Shadows, for instance, right? This is the workflow I notice people do. They will stream whatever their game is. And I work out like a let's use some arbitrary numbers. In fact, let me put a fucking marker here real quick so I don't lose this very quick. So let's just say if I stream Assassin's Creed Shadows for 3 hours and I'm engaging with the chat, you know, because you know sometimes the chat will fucking say some off the wall shit. A lot of times it has nothing to do with the game at all. It's just weird. It's kind of strange. But I'm trying to be engaging. I'm trying to be the good streamer. So I'm playing AC Shadows for 3 hours. Okay. On Twitch and on YouTube. Now, now once the stream ends, Twitch, you have more options to customize. Well, I'm going to say cut, but to edit, right? So over on YouTube, I can create a playlist dedicated solely to video on demand, past streams. Okay. So I can export that Twitch stream over to YouTube, have it unlisted, and then after that, that AC Shadow stream, that 3-hour stream, is now unlisted, but I put it into a public playlist on YouTube. What I then do over on the Twitch side is I take that 3-hour stream and I cut it into 6 episodes to where it's almost like a let's play. So I may have part 1, part 2, part 3, and so on and so forth. The thing that I'm wrestling with is, number one, if you look at my overlay, for instance, if I go to this one, if you look at that part where it says subscribe, like, and whatever, usually I would have an open section there for the chat. What I've noticed in the past is that I will have very few people in my chat, and I would have my messages just be permanent. So I may have that occasional troll, that no counter society that will talk shit, leave a disparaging message, and so that message is permanently in the overlay on full display. So now when I go to make those episodic episodes of that stream, somebody that is probably seeing me for the first time, that did not catch the live stream, they're looking at the let's play and they're like, wow, what the fuck's going on over here? So now I'm debating on, do I make my chat viewable? Do I just keep the chat box open, but when somebody leaves a message, it disappears after a few seconds, maybe 20, 30 seconds? Or do I just eliminate it entirely? So these are the things that I wrestle with. These are the type of decisions I wrestle with. And so I alter my overlay. I'm like, okay, well, now, for instance, right here, I don't have the chat displayed on my overlay. I mean, I could see the chat just fine on my stream elements, but for the overlay, it doesn't pop up. When I look at larger content creators, sometimes they'll have the chat on their overlay to where you can see who's saying what or whatever. And in others, you don't see anything. But you can still see the chat, like, on the YouTube, side, or you can see it if you're on Twitch. It's just not appearing on their game side, on the game, like where the game is visible a lot of times. So I wrestle with that. And so sometimes I think, well, if I spend 3 hours playing a game, streaming a game, and I'm going back and forth with somebody in the chat, by the time it comes down to me making, cutting that stream into different segments, if you are one of those people that are watching part 2 of the game I streamed 2 days ago, and you're overhearing me talk to somebody in the stream about Tekken 8 or some other fucking game, I don't know if that is desirable or not. So then that makes me think, well, if I don't, so it's like there's just so many fucking things that I just feel like my head is going to explode on what is the best path forward. Because if I go live for, again, 3 hours playing a particular game, and outside of like, hey, what's up, welcome, outside of that, I keep it basically quiet. Now, when I go to publish segments of that stream, somebody else maybe a week or so after is watching that, maybe episode 1 or episode 5 of that stream. They're not being bogged down by pointless fucking chat talk that I had with somebody talking about something that has nothing to do with the game that's on the screen being played. So it's just kind of like, you know, I don't know. And so it's like this experimentation process of, do I go with A or do I go with B? So I'll see some content creators, for instance, they'll do the playlist thing. For instance, if they're playing like a game, Cyberpunk, let's say Crimson Desert, right? Let's just say January 1st, they do a 5-hour live stream. That stream goes into their playlist for Crimson Desert. The next day, they do a 2-hour stream. That 2-hour stream goes into their playlist. They're not necessarily making an episodic thing. They're just simply placing the individual live streams of a particular game in a certain playlist. So, all right, we have the Crimson Desert playlist. It has each of these different times they played the game for an X amount of time. Not very much edited, just here's the bulk gameplay. So I'm debating on, do I go that route? Or do I go the more so edited route? It's just kind of like, I don't know. It's very I don't know, honestly. I know that there's benefits to both. I know that. But it is what it is. You know, these are the struggles, these are the thoughts that creators go through. So when I look at larger creators, obviously I'm not expecting to have their viewership because, you know, these are guys that's been doing this for years. But I do look at just the workflow, you know. I don't mind engaging with the chat, but like I said, if I'm playing, I don't know, let's say The Witcher 3. If I'm playing The Witcher 3 and I'm streaming this, and you get some of these people in your chat that ask you these weird, obscure questions that has fuck all to do with your stream, or something that's just off topic. Now, you can ignore those people, but imagine if I had the chat displayed as part of my overlay. You're seeing in real time this person, I'm playing Witcher 3. Let's say this guy is asking, you know what I don't like about Tekken 8? I'm like, what the fuck does Tekken 8 have to do with Witcher 3? But this is how some people operate. It's like, so you're like it's a mind fuck. It really is. It's like, so what do you like? I don't get it. You know, so, and then if I take the time to have this back and forth talking about something that has nothing to do with Witcher 3, when it comes time for me to do my editing, I want to now cut that stream into episodic segments, that exchange with that individual is likely going to make it in the final part. Now, there is a workaround for that, but it's just, it's kind of annoying that you have to do that. And that is, you can record at the same time you're streaming. So by the time you put that in your editor, you can cut to that part based on maybe a stream marker, and you can completely remove that entire exchange through editing. So that, I mean, it's just more work, So it's kind of like just kind of figuring this out. That's why I feel sometimes it's a little bit easier for me to just stream on Twitch. One, because there isn't really many people that watch me over there. So the editing will be a lot easier. I mean, I might have a few people here and there that might say what's up, or off chance miracle of somebody that might be a new follower or something like that. But in terms like the back and forth, which is fine if it's on topic. If I'm playing Witcher 3 and we're talking about the Witcher 3, that's different. But, if you're talking about some off the wall shit, it's like, I don't know, man. So yeah, those are things that I wrestle with. Like, even for instance, I felt like starting a new playthrough of AC Shadows, for instance, and I know not many people's going to watch it, and that's fine, because I know it's been out for a little while, and much of the Ubisoft controversy has destroyed that game, but that's fine, totally fine. I love the game, and that's what fucking matters to me. But so I wouldn't really expect a lot of engagement from that. Of course, you might have like, oh, why are you playing this piece of shit game? You might have people who say shit like that, which of course goes back to, should I display my chat as part of my overlay? Now you're going to fucking see somebody that's typing in, why are you playing this shit game? Do I really want that to be shown in future videos? No. So so there's a lot that you have to kind of, take inventory of and decide how you want to move forward. So these are the things I be thinking about. Now, if it's just a regular, like if I'm just talking like this, it really doesn't matter, But if I know I'm playing a particular game with the intention of repurposing the content in a different way, I don't want that type of exchange visible to people. That doesn't help me. So that's why it's like, all right, if I am playing a game, then this is where I kind of use this particular overlay right here. And of course, yeah, you can forget about the controversy and all that stuff. And I do play what I want. But it's like, it's just kind of like, when I look at the workflow of somebody like a Renfail, like Co-Carnage, like Fighting Cowboy, regardless of whether or not I agree with their politics or agree with whatever, but from a content creation standpoint, like, that's where I want to be. That's what I want to do. So for instance, if I'm playing Assassin's Creed Shadows, a 3-hour stream, bam, that goes part of the video on demand playlist. Then dice it up into because some people, they may not want to watch a full stream. So I feel like, all right, well, if I dice it up into like 30 or 40-minute segments, I think that's pretty cool. And then also along the way, oh, well, this is what this is my review of the game. This is, some things to bear in mind, or these are some little tips and tricks. That is a workflow that applies to any game. And I think that's a groove that honestly I have not committed to yet. And honestly, I think I'll take my responsibility for that. I haven't done that. There was a video I watched, and I thought about playing this video, and I just might. It's this woman that I've been following, and it's advice that you can apply in real life, but I look at it from a content creator standpoint, and she's talking about like basically locking in. And I had to be honest with myself. I have not fully locked in. Me fully locking in, the way I envision this is, number one, creating a schedule that I stick with, streaming for X amount of hours, whether it's AC Shadows, Crimson Desert, Halo, insert game, that's what it would be. That is locking in. Not streaming 8 to 10 hours a day, because when you're just starting, that is a waste of your fucking time. That is a waste of time. Because unless and this is the advice I've learned along the way, unless you have an active audience that is tuning into your Twitch and you're actually making money off of it, it is a waste of your time to stream 8, 10, 12 hours a day. It's a waste of your time. So I've learned this, and I feel 2, maybe 3 hours, and take the remaining amount of time to take that stream and create content out of that and basically repurpose it to multiple different areas. That's what it is. That's why using like Assassin's Creed Shadows, for instance, right? If I were to stream that for 3 hours, which a game I love, unlist that stream, place it into a public playlist on YouTube. So for those people that want to watch it, they can. That will be the raw, unedited, all of my deaths, all of my frustrations, whatever the fuck. But then another playlist specifically for Assassin's Creed Shadows, where it's like, okay, here's the fucking let's play. But again, the problem I have with is, would it be better off for me to play that game pre-recorded for that segment to where I don't have that chat engagement? I can focus specifically on, hey, this is what I think of the game, this is what's what, without having that distraction. So that's where, now of course that's more work, because that would be that's essentially 2 different playthroughs. So to kind of make it a little easier, you're basically taking what you streamed and chopping it up into different pieces. So in order to kind of figure it out, I guess I'm going to have to do that. And I'm going to have to see if it works or not. And that's what I'm going to have to do. Like, for instance, Halo is coming out. Halo comes out for me on the 28th. Because right now, if you see anybody playing Halo Campaign Evolved, they're playing it because they have the early access. Well, I didn't buy that. So it goes live for the rest of us common folk on the 28th. or the 27th, whichever it was. I think it's tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So I'm going to stream that. And when I do that, I will likely stream it to, and that's another thing. Do I do this streaming? Do I do it on Twitch alone? And then just simply, because I'm gonna put it to YouTube anyway. So the choice is, or the decision I should say is, do I live stream it at the same time on YouTube as well? Would it really matter? I don't know. Maybe I will. But I do know I do have more chat engagement on YouTube than I do on Twitch. Like if I stream something on Twitch, the chances of me having a back and forth with anybody on Twitch is very low compared to YouTube. So that's where it's like, well, do I really want that type of engagement if I'm playing something? So when I watch other people, like I'll watch a Vera Dark, for instance, right? I'll watch her and she'll get into different conversations all the time. People calling her a grifter and, you know, and she kind of leans into that. It's kind of funny. You know, or any other bot or any other creator. So it's kind of like just figuring out what is the path forward. And I know, if I'm being perfectly honest with myself, that's the type of creator I want to be. I'm tired of the fucking drama. I'm tired of the fighting game fucking drama. I'm tired of that shit. Like I'm over it. I'm fucking over it. I truly am. I just want to go. I want to play my games. I want to stream my shit. I want to make money. I'm not going to make Mr. Beast money. I ain't going to make Maximilian Dude money, but a little something. Maybe it'll help me pay a fucking cable bill or something. I don't know. Maybe it'll help me get my next game. Something. You know? That's the aspirations on that front. But at the same time, I also want to do something good for my channel members. You know, I wanna be one of those guys that I'm making that value. So I feel if I'm really taking inventory of where I'm at, I have not locked in. I haven't. And so pre-recording content is good, but it is time consuming, as opposed to just simply doing it in one shot where you're doing your live. And also, there really isn't anything being taken up on your hard drive. That's another thing. Because the minute you end your stream, it's already on YouTube. Whether you make it public or you unlist it, it's already there. The minute you end your stream on Twitch, so long as you enable the video on demand option, that's already existing on Twitch for you to edit. There's been nothing downloaded to your computer to take up additional resources. So that's another benefit of just doing it through a stream. And then, of course, you know, if I go on Twitch, for instance, and do that stream that I finished, I can segment it however I see fit and export it over to YouTube. Everybody on the YouTube side is going to get it anyway. So there's a lot of options, you know, as I see Saint Mike here is talking about. I think at the end of the day, whenever you're caught in the decision of trying to decide what path is best, I think the only thing to really do is just experiment. And so I think that's what I'm gonna have to do and see what's what, because I'm on level with everybody. Let me get over here. I'm on level with people. I haven't locked in. I haven't. Because if I did, maybe I would be further along. Maybe I would be further along. If I did. Maybe I'd be further along. I think my weakness is I procrastinate, and and in some respects, I don't care what other people have to say. But I think I'm so much in my own head on how I want things to go that I end up not doing anything. And I think that's what it is. Like, for instance, looking at certain creators, and I don't look at them as like, oh well, they're larger than me or anything like. Of course they've been doing this longer than me. But I look at the workflow, and it's like it's almost like a well-oiled machine. It's like, okay, they play this game, they stream it for however long, they dice it up into whatever they do. They might give a review, they might make some shorts, and they move on to the next game and repeat. And then over time, they get some people that tune in. They might get a few channel members. They might even get some sponsorships or whatever. That's honestly, if I'm being really honest with myself, that's what I want to do. That's really what I want to do. Of course, when it comes to agendas and those type of topics, I love talking about stuff like that because I feel very strongly about that. For instance, like where it comes to like, the girl boss that's basically taking over gaming, the mental illness, all that other stuff, digital games versus all those can just be their own separate videos. But when it comes like playing the game, that's where I feel I just haven't really locked in yet. If I'm being honest with myself, I haven't. I have so many games I can play, from physical games to shit on Game Pass. There's really no excuse. And so I kind of was like thinking to myself, you know what? We're approaching August. And I feel like, what would it look like if I just completely, I just fucking lock the fuck in, and like, what would that look like? And I won't know until I try it, right? So that's where I feel like playing my games, whatever game it is, whatever chat engagement I might have, I'll have to see. Like, I think the thing when you're a small content creator, or if you're thinking about doing this, I think the thing that really matters is how do you go live? What microphone to use? Do you have a stream deck? Do you need a stream deck? What kind of computer you have? What games to play? All of that is viable. And I'm gonna be honest. I have pretty much everything I need. This microphone is arguably one of the best microphones that you can have right now for the price. So it's not a microphone thing. This webcam is one of the best webcams on the market currently right now. The Insta360 Link 2. One of the best. I mean, it's not the best, but it's among the best. I have that. I have a mid-level laptop. I have a Elgato 4K capture card, finally. I have this here Stream Deck. So when I take inventory of everything, why the fuck am I not locking in? I literally have everything I need. Currently, I'm not working a 9 to 5, so it's like I have the time. I could literally stream from sun up to sundown if I wanted to. Outside of like, my personal training clients and other stuff, and then other commitments I have. But yeah, I could just do that. So when I really be honest with myself, why am I not doing this? And then I have to think, the reason why I'm getting tripped up is because I'm thinking of, and everything I'm going to list is going to be really fucking stupid, but I'm going to list it anyway. If I stream the game. Just insert whatever game it is. Whatever game you could think of, just insert game A, whatever. If I stream that and I use 3 hours because I think that's a good, maybe 4 hours. And then when it comes time for me to go and take that game and you know what, we're going to split it into smaller parts. Well, what if in this particular part, what if in, part 2, I'm speaking to somebody in the chat about something that has nothing to do with that fucking game? I'm in my mind thinking, well, what if somebody is watching that particular episode of that game and they're hearing this exchange and they don't want to hear that? So that makes me think and pause from doing that and trying to think of, okay, well, what's a way around that? The way around that, obviously, from what I've learned, is while I'm streaming, I can record it at the same time. So when I take that recording into CapCut, I can cut out that segment. The problem is while you're recording those several hour streams at the same time, that is taking up hard drive resources. So it's like, so again, me thinking about that, I'm not doing anything. So I think I'm just going to have to force myself and just do it. Just Nike that shit and put it out there and see what happens. Now, of course, there are certain people I can ignore. You know what I'm saying? There's some people I can ignore. If they're talking about some weird, silly shit, I can kind of ignore that. But again, that's the reason why I haven't done, for instance, this, you see, oh, wait, hold on. I forgot. Let me add this real quick. Let me add this because I forgot I altered it. I want to just show this real quick. Bear with me. All right. So where is it with chat? Okay. Let's do that. Oh, wait a second. I want to show you something real quick. Let me add this because it's going to be easier if I just show it. So this right here, right? I'm just using it as an example. Let me see. I don't really have to I don't really have to fix this, but this part right here, okay? See this little empty box? Now, for those of you that you've probably seen this little area here, and this would be where people that would show up in the chat, it would show up right here. But because I don't have an active chat like that, I'm like, I'm not like Asmongold, or I don't have like those active chats, right? So I have a very limited engagement, even on YouTube, for instance. So if somebody were to say something, it would just stay right in this box. It will just stay in the box. And so as I'm making content and I'm making this into like a let's play or whatever, and somebody that is just seeing that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, do I really want them to see that particular chat? Probably not. But at the same time, I'm like, well, if I am engaging with somebody back and forth, if they're not seeing the chat on the screen, it's going to look like I'm kind of like talking to nobody. Again, I'm thinking about all this other shit. So that's why I'm like, you know what? I decided to go with this one, which is kind of like a classic, where it's like, here on this side, there's really nothing here. And yeah, and that's basically it. And whoever, but the thing is, if I were to go, let me see. If I go here, let me just, all right, if I go, for instance, I think this is showing, right? Let me make sure if it is. Yeah. So you see now, the chat is there, So I'm like, well, I don't really need to show it as part of my overlay because it's right there on the right of the screen. You know what I'm saying? So, and the same thing if I were to go over to Twitch, for instance, which obviously ain't nobody over on Twitch, but if I were to go and show the Twitch side, um, here's the chat over on the Twitch side, right? If there was anybody chatting. So it's kind of like, hold on, did I fuck up? Yeah. So it's kind of like that, you know what I'm saying? So this would be on the Twitch side. So I'm like, so I really don't need to put something to appear on the screen, at least not yet. So that's something I can kind of get out of my mind. And so yeah, you know. But yeah, you know, when it comes to people like Renfail and people like him, you know, I think even just recently saw a video he had where even he um and I even commented on the video. I don't think he'll respond to me, but you know, him looking to do an experiment of streaming exclusively to Twitch for the month of August, and for him to kind of see how that plays out because he wants to try to get Twitch partner. Um, it's like, you know, everybody is running their own little experiments, you know what I'm saying? So for me, I think as time goes on, I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. Now, when it comes to the amount of subscribers I have that literally don't engage with my shit at all, um I'm deciding on when I do this, whatever game I'm playing, whether it's Crimson Desert, Assassin's Creed, Cyberpunk, whatever the game is, I will have that stream unlisted on my YouTube channel, but I will create a separate playlist for that. Then another playlist dedicated to the game specifically. So if it's Assassin's Creed, we're doing part 1, part 2, part 3, and so on and so forth. We're doing that. That's what the fuck I'm going to do. Now, because I don't have many people that really interact on my YouTube, because I have a lot of dead subscribers, like people that just don't do anything, that's going to impact my reach. So this is where for instance, I think I can show it in real time, right? Let me see. I'm going to show you this in real fucking time, just so people can understand. So if I go to create and we go to upload video, okay? So this is what every fucking YouTuber does. Every fucking YouTuber. So we're going to do this right the fuck now. So all right, let's just go pick a random fucking video, right? Let's go pick random video. Let me see. All right, well, I'll just pick this one, for instance. Okay. So I'll just pick this. So once you're here, right? So once you're at this screen, this is what I'm going to start doing from now on. So once I scroll all the way down, we get to this part right here. Right? Where is it? Did I pass it? I think I passed it right up right here. This part right here. Publish to subscriptions feed and notify subscribers. Me, uncheck. Uncheck. Because it's checked by default. Because quite frankly, I don't have a bunch of subscribers that really engage with my shit. I don't. So now here's the thing. Using this, in fact, I don't even know what this video even is. Like 54. What is this? 54 seconds of what? I don't know what this was. I don't know. It's probably nothing. But when it comes to who the video is going for, I can set it for instance, I think I can have it for members only, right? and then you can decide which of your members you want. I just put it for everybody. But then we can have it to where we can schedule a date to where it goes public. So for instance, if I schedule it only for members, but then I can set up a time, maybe let's say a couple of days after and or whatever, we can do that. Let me just alter this real quick. Just use this as a fucking example. So if I were to do that, so that would mean that this video would go to my members, for instance, but then on July 29th at midnight, it will then go for everybody else. However, because I selected this at the very bottom, I've unchecked the publish to subscriber feed. So that means, yeah, the rest of people on YouTube outside of my channel members will see it, but it won't be in my subscriber feed. If I want my subscribers to see it, I will then have to just basically I would have to do this. I would just make a post and be like, hey, this is what I got going on. Create this post here, right? Blah, blah, blah. And then I guess whoever has their bell notification, I guess they'll see it and just go from there. That's basically it. That's what I see I'm gonna have to do. Now the outside of that, let's just say over the course of time, if by some off chance miracle I start getting newer people, I start getting new subscribers, maybe even a few new members here and there to the YouTube that's actually like what I'm doing, then at a certain point I can start to leave, or I can check that publish the subscriber feed, because now I'm having more people that's actually engaging with my shit. But right now I can't do it. So I know moving forward for like, I don't know, however long, I know that my videos are not going to get that much viewership. And the main thing I'm looking for is new people, because I am going to be posting a lot of the stuff to the channel members. So at least I know they'll see the shit. But in terms of like trying to break through that ceiling, that glass ceiling of YouTube, and getting my shit in front of new people, I have to do it this way. I don't see any other way. Because for the last couple of months, it just feels like with so many people that just simply, you know, just don't engage, it does have a negative it does have a negative effect on your videos. It does. Like that's a fact. That's indisputable. If you have a lot of subscribers as a YouTuber that do nothing with your videos, YouTube just flags your video as just not being worth pushing. So, you know, that's what I have to do. And I have to just mentally prepare myself. You know, all of the work that I'll likely end up having to do might be only seen by 10 people. And I just have to hope that maybe there might be one person, for instance, that might be a new subscriber. That's it. And then hopefully over time, that will begin to scale to where then I will have more people that's interacting that will kind of override a lot of the dead subscribers that don't do shit. And then I can kind of get back to the regular stuff. But this is the only thing I could think of. Because if you look at any mid or any like larger channel, anytime they post anything, they're getting engagement. They're getting like likes, comments, shares, hypes, every fucking thing. So all of that is sending that YouTube signal saying, okay, we're going to keep pushing this video. So it's like they get this snowball effect of even if a person has 5,000 subscribers, if their videos are getting a decent amount of engagement, where we're talking like even if it's like 1,000 people, 2,000 people, that activity is driving the video to get seen to more people. And then it's just a snowball effect. But when you have, by my estimation, a good 85% of your subscriber base that's doing fuck all nothing, most of the time my videos are dead on arrival. They're dead on arrival. And the only reason why I even know this is because I had to do a deep dive and learn about how the YouTube algorithm works and what they do behind the scenes when you upload. And this is what's been happening. It's been what's happened. So I'm going to have to lock in, but I'm going to have to just I cannot continue to publish to my subscriber feed because the vast majority of my subscribers don't do shit. They don't. Very few do. And like I said about the gaming industry, it's all about the majority or any other business. You know what I'm saying? The vocal minority means very little to nothing. It just does. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Yeah, like after a while, there's more than one way to skin a cat, so to speak. So after a while, you might have certain creators, they'll alter certain content, certain video streams, like this guy, the funky individual, like he just said, they'll change certain things to be channel only. So it just there's a lot of experimentation that I have to do, but I do see if I'm being honest with myself, like I said, like I just have not locked in. And I guess I'm talking about this here just to kind of look back at this and hold myself accountable. It's sort of like what even as a personal trainer, if I'm working with somebody that wants to lose weight, get in shape, one of the things that I've done is have that person create a video. Doesn't have to be made public, but have them create a video saying what they want to do, what they need to do, and what they need to do to go about realizing it. Make that video, and whether they have to put a date to it, like, hey, on this date, I want to lose this amount of weight. On this date, I want to be here. I'm going to give up this food, this drink, whatever. Make a video, hold yourself accountable. And so I guess that's what I'm doing right now. Because it's not that when it comes to game industry, that there is very few people I've seen personally that can hold a candle to me. Call it cocky, call it conceited, call it whatever, but that's just what it is. When it comes to just what I have equipment wise, it's not the best, but I think I'm doing a lot. I'm doing pretty good. So it's like there really isn't no excuse for me not to push forward, but it literally is just me being in my own head and worrying about the finer details and and all that stuff. And it's like, bro, like when I look at it, the months are passing by. I mean, this year is almost over. We're fucking approaching August, for Christ's sake, which is crazy to think about it. So it's like, yeah, I need to figure out, what I want to do. So like, for instance, even if I'm playing a game, do I really need to play it on YouTube? Do I need to stream on YouTube? Not really. I could just stream it on Twitch, even though I don't have a lot of viewership there. But whatever I do on Twitch, I'm going to end up putting it on YouTube anyway. But then on the flip side, if I do it both on YouTube and Twitch, so it's kind of like, it's like, what the fuck? So I may just do both. And so yeah. So there's a lot to think about. But so yeah. There's a lot to think about. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that thinks about this shit. I know I'm not. I know that there's many other content creators that have similar thoughts that I have. Whether they're open about it, whether they talk about it, who knows? Probably not. You know, they're probably still trying to put up that fucking facade, that front. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not me. So I know what needs to be done. We just gotta get it. We just gotta lock into it, and that's just what it is. Let me see. So let me see. So if I go here, creator dashboard, and we go to content, video producer, and so if I look at any other, so if we look at something I've done before, like this stream here, I did it, and this was like I spent ironically 4 hours playing Visions of Mana. So if I look at this right here, right? Oh, okay. Well, actually, no, I think I already altered that. Can I do a highlight on this? I think I already did it. I think that's how it works, right? Okay. Okay, here we go. This one, 6 hours, 6.5 hours. Here's a highlight right here. So from this point, actually, this is so we kind of do this, and all of these little markers are the stream markers I've done. You know what I'm saying? And this is just me just kind of breaking that down. But anything that's appearing in this yellow golden bar is going to be captured. So for instance, if we extend this all the way to the beginning, and then and this is just kind of like have it all the way to the end. So this is the full stream. So if we start this off, so let's just say right here, if I did something for 4 hours or whatever, here we zoom in, right? Here is the 1 hour mark. So if I wanted to do something for 1 hour, right? All I'd do is I'd split the segment and then just basically delete everything from here. And then as you can see here, there's that 1 hour right there. There's the 1 hour. Now, if I want to do episode 2, new highlight, go to the next hour, which is 2, bam. But delete the rest, bam. There's hour 2, right? You see, this is 1 hour, this is 59 minutes, and so on and so forth. And then all of a sudden, then you can change the title. So this would be, like, say, whatever the game is, part 1, this is part 2, this is part 3, and whatever. And then after that, once I publish that, then it's on Twitch. I can either download them directly to my computer, or I can export them directly to YouTube. And that's where I would just basically do the, kind of like that segmented play. But if you look here, this is what I mean about the chat. Now, this guy right here, he's pretty cool. He's also a content creator as well. But you see, at this point, this was a chat, where, it doesn't move, right? Unless there's more that happens to arrive, and then things get pushed to the bottom or to the top. But for a while, the chat was just kind of where it was. Same thing here with this guy, Lord Ryu. So it's sort of like, do I really want this to be permanently here? Do I really want that? So that's what I kind of struggle with, as opposed to just simply just saying, you know what, we're just gonna put something else in its place, which is kind of like where, what this current look is, right? So that's kind of like where I'm at with that. And you know. So yeah, it's definitely something that weighs real heavy on my mind, if I'm being perfectly honest. It definitely is. So I don't know, man. There's a lot to consider. But this whole thing, like editing through Twitch, is very easy. I've learned a lot. Um, and you know, this is something that you don't really have with YouTube Studio. You know, the only thing with YouTube Studio, I mean, you can kind of make a clip, you can delete certain segments, but you can't really do this. And that's why most streamers, their default is Twitch. And then from Twitch, they multi out to YouTube or TikTok or Kick, but their default is Twitch in most cases. And this is one of the reasons why. So for instance, if I'm doing my little stream thing, after that stream is over, I come right here to this screen and we're gonna start dicing shit up. You know, if there's a situation where I was dying excessively, I can cut that out, because you know, you can organize your stream deck, for instance, to put certain markers, and you can list what you want that marker to be. So uh, um so for me, like for this marker, I have this is a CGI cutscene. So if I go here, you can see this right here. This is like a cutscene of the game. So if I wanted to cut that out, I could. You know what I'm saying? Because I've already marked that as being the cutscene. If I go over here, now there's 3 here. I don't know how that happened. I guess maybe I repeatedly cut it, and I don't know how I can select them individually, but let's say if I do here, see this right here at 2 hours and 49 minutes, this was a live chat exchange. So at this point, I was talking with the chat about something. I think Prince Shogun or whatever. And then of course, I can cut that out. But what I purposely did, if you notice, while I'm yapping here, at this point, I'm not playing the game, because I feel like, all right, I'm talking with this guy and I already know it's going to be a while. And it actually ended up being a while. And I think when I did the playthrough by itself, I completely cut out this entire section, because I knew it was here from the stream marker I made. And then this stream marker, this was another cutscene, as you can see, if I play that. So here's another cutscene of the game. I think I don't know if I added it or cut that out, but you know, I did. And then you got side quests. This was just me just kind of doing miscellaneous shit. You know what I'm saying? Just running around, you know, doing typical cuts, side quests and fetch quests and stuff like that. So so that's kind of like, you know, the workflow. You know what I'm saying? Twitch a lot, you know, this is why I really love streaming on Twitch, because you have so much functionality. And then when it comes time to edit that out, let me show you what I mean, right? So let's say if I wanted to get rid of this cutscene here. If I wanted to get rid of this, you can, this is how easy it is. You see where it says start? So I have the playhead. Let's say if I had the playhead right here, right? If I click this marker, bam, it goes there. If I click this arrow, it says start segment at the playhead. We click this. Now watch the yellow bar. I'm going to zoom in the yellow bar, right? You're going to see this part disappear. So we're going to, bam, look at that. So let's just say, how long is this cutscene, right? Let's say if we want to, let me see, the cutscene lasts, let's see how long the cutscene lasts for. All right. Let me see, skip part. Okay, we got that. Okay, so if we go, obviously you can zoom in further. So in terms of when you're able to play, so it'll be right there, right? I feel like it's crazy. I'm giving like a fucking impromptu tutorial here. It's wild. But so now the playhead is right here. So all I gotta do is hit end. We can go to end. Or is it, wait, is it end segment? There we go. There we go. Right here. So right here, this segment, I can then for instance, I can title this segment let's say cutscene, right? Call it cutscene. And then we can this right here, we call this Visions of Mana because that's the name of the game. Visions of Mana. Bam. And so there you go. So right here, you see this cutscene is 3 minutes and 43 seconds. This is from the live it was, but this is the game and this is the name of it. And you know, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. And yeah, and if you want to preview, so there you go. So once, and then the beauty thing about this is once you publish this, I guess I'll publish it, whatever. Oh, maybe I can't publish it because I'm currently live, maybe. That's probably why. I don't know. It's some reason. But typically you'll be able to publish it. And then after that, if we go out of here and just if we go back to content, video producer, let's just confirm that. I don't really care about this. Just to kind of use an example. So I already have a highlight right here. So this is a highlight that I had of Assassin's Creed. So this highlight was only 50 seconds. So this was me. This is why I love fucking like playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm able to live out my ninja fantasy right here. And it's just pretty cool. Whatever. So that's basically, you know, this was a little highlight I had, right? So if you can see I can download this, right? This is something you can't do on YouTube. So I can download this entire clip. I can export it directly. I can export it directly to YouTube, as you're seeing right here. I can title it. I can make it public, private, or unlisted, and export. There you go. 1, 2, 3. What else can I do? Yeah. So there's a lot of shit that you can do when your Twitch acts like kind of like this hub when it comes to like the editing process. And that's one of the things I really love about this. All of this functionality does not exist on YouTube. It just doesn't. YouTube, you have very limited things you can do with your video after you're done with it. Like there's very little you can do. Like it's good like if you have a copyright claim and you want to cut that segment out, I think you can clip or whatever, but you can't like do any of this shit. And for me, I feel like this is like really, really good. And this is one of the reasons why people prioritize streaming on Twitch, just from the editing options alone. Because everything that you do here, you could just dump right onto your YouTube, you know, and the viewer is probably not going to be, you know, none the wiser. You know what I'm saying? Unless they really, you know, investigate and they really have an eye for it like I do. You know, I'll look at somebody else's stream and I can see, okay, they cut here, they left this out. And then if I were to go to their Twitch, I could see that when they were live, they cut out like a good 15 minutes or an hour, you know what I'm saying? But you wouldn't know that if you didn't know that they were on Twitch and did, did their little whatever for their content. So this is shit that, you know, I'm gonna have to really prioritize and lock in and just kind of do and just see what happens. But that's just the nature of it, you know, because at this point the only thing that's stopping me is me. And so that's it. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense, because I'm getting hungry. And I think I'm probably, you know, I don't think I'm going to unlist this. I think I'll probably leave this stream live or leave it on the channel. Might benefit some people, might not. I don't know. But yeah, I think moving forward, yeah, we're going to play games. I'm probably gonna stream for maybe 2 to 3 hours on whatever the game is, make the playlists, put the VOD on YouTube, and then create a separate playlist of the particular game. And just to give you an example of this, in fact, here's a perfect example, and I used this example before. So if we go over to YouTube, and this is this to me is the easiest example that I can find. Let me see. I may have to, and I've done this before, but I'll do it again. So we go to Carnage, and so he's good for doing this. But I need to open up another YouTube so I can just have both options, both tabs. So we go again, Carnage here. So just to kind of illustrate this in real time, let me see. So if we go to his playlist, Carnage, and go sort by last video added, this right here, this is the key thing right here. You see what that says? That right there. All right, Funky Playbox, I appreciate it, man. Have a good shift for your workday when you get there. But yeah, so you see Carnage has a full VOD. Now, not every creator does this, but I've seen some that do, and I like this approach, because others, they'll have like a separate YouTube channel for that. But I like that him being a fucking 500,000 subscribe channel, he does this. So I'm like, okay, I can utilize this. Now, so when you look at, or when I look at this, for instance, if I look at the full playlist, because even the guy Renfail gets his inspiration from this guy, even from his own mouth. So yeah. So when I look at this, for instance, he streamed Battlefield 6 5 days ago. And so when I go into, oh, actually, no, let me go to the next clip. Let me go to here. So let me see. What did I do? Hold on. I don't want to confuse myself. All right. So we go to playlists, sort by. All right. So on this tab, let me exit out. Okay. Wait. Okay. So we got his full VODs here. So view full playlists. Okay. So we got the full playlist of the VOD. Now, when we go to this tab, we go to the playlist of this, which is the Battlefield.
Selling my big fat boy.
Actually, no, I want to watch the full, where is it? Okay. View full playlist. There we go. That's what I want. Okay. So, some of you probably are aware of this, but this is what this is the workflow I see. So on this tab, you can see his full VOD, right? So he did Battlefield, if you look, for 4 hours. 4 hours and 5 minutes, right? On July 21st. So when I go to this tab and click the actual playlist itself, this is what he did, and he created these 6 parts of that stream. That's the workflow that I feel I need to do and just try to get after. Because even if I go to part 2, you know, this is just a continuation of what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? Playing Battlefield. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the workflow I'm looking to do. Now, the thing is,
yeah.
I noticed he doesn't
like
really spend too much time interacting with his chat. He'll probably pose a question or two or whatever, but he doesn't really get too sidetracked by like basically he's gonna do what he's going to do. Now, if it's somebody like does a super chat, obviously he'll acknowledge that. But I watch his streams, and he's not somebody to go back and forth, and nah, he's about what he's going to do. So I like that. Now, of course, if there are people that have a question that's more on topic with what he's doing, I have seen him interact, but for the most part, he's kind of doing his own thing, and obviously it's been working for him. Not to say it'll work for me, but it is a workflow that, you know, it looks good. It looks good. So I think for me, what I'm gonna try is something similar, just as an experiment. Of course, since I love Assassin's Creed Shadows, I don't expect everybody to fucking watch that. That's fine. It's my personal favorite game. I'm gonna try it with that. I'm gonna start a new playthrough. I'm gonna stream it for about maybe 3 or so hours, dice it up like this, and try to follow the same plan, and just kind of see how it looks, how I like it, and then move on to the next game, and just do the same thing. And if it's one of those larger games, oh, in fact, let's look at a larger game. So if I were to go back to his VODs, let me see. He did a lot of play. What's the word? Pal World or whatever. So if I go, let's see. Let me try to find something. Actually, no. Let me go. Let me back tab this. Back tab it again. All right, this is how we look at it. Okay. So let's look at, I want something like Crimson Desert. Look at this. Crimson Desert. He has 137 videos. Bruh. And I've seen, I think another guy, if I remember, I think I've seen another guy had 177. So now all of these were live streams, but he diced it all up. Well, not maybe him, but his team, right? 48 minutes, 49 minutes, 50. So basically each one looks to be under an hour for what it looks like. Every single part. So even if I look at part 17, if we go here, part 17, 43 minutes. He has his little intro, which you can add at the beginning. Or this could have been part of a stream that just happened to be caught as part 17. You know what I'm saying? And then here he is playing the game.
I did it.
I don't see the chat appearing on the gameplay. I don't see that. However, while he was live, you know, you probably could check out the chat if you want to activate it. You know what I'm saying? And he's just busy playing the game. And when I look at, for instance, when I look at his description, it's not really much, right? Cole plays Crimson Desert. Join a channel membership. And his channel memberships, what is this? 100% off first month. So I guess he has that promotion. So okay, so then it's like so he has one membership is like $5 a month. Now these I kind of need to figure out how to create these things, you know, just to kind of add this to my own thing. But yeah, you know, like he pushes that. He has his fucking merchandise. But yeah, it's pretty basic. And I'm like, you know what? I need to fucking lock in and run this. I need to do this shit. And this is the path. Now, whether or not it'll be successful for me, it's, you know, who knows, but you know, when I look at this, I mean, he has Crimson Desert. This shit is literally 137 fucking individual videos. You know what I'm saying? And using the same thumbnail, same shit. I don't know how people get their little face on the avatar like that. I don't really know how they do that. But it's literally the same thumbnail, same shit, just part 1, part 2, and so on. And I see a lot of creators do this. So yeah. So when I look at certain creators, Renfail, Co-Carnage, a lot of these larger channels, this is what I see. And that's just what is. That's the way. And obviously you put your own spin to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not Co-Carnage. I don't have his personality, much like he doesn't have mine. But in terms of the workflow and what he does, and other larger creators, this is ideal. This is the, this is what to do. So I'm just gonna have to experiment with it and just kind of see what's what. So yeah. And yeah. In fact, I think I have a few playlists on my own channel when it comes to these sort of things, but I think they're a little outdated, and I'm probably just gonna end up deleting them and just starting from scratch. And since I've made a few changes, over the coming months, so I'll probably just start from scratch on that front and just build up my own library of games, because it's insane. When you look at this, obviously, yeah, we know that he's been at this for years, but I'm looking at just the workflow. I'm looking at how this is organized, and a lot of other creators do this. Like I said, I mentioned Fighting Cowboy, I mentioned even Luke Stevens, even though he kind of does more of like the video game news, but even him, same deal. Of maybe even Vera Dark, and anybody you can think of that's large, that's kind of successful, they have their own particular way. And and I feel like this is, I think it's a good blueprint, and just kind of do it your own way. I just see the game, the date, Pal World July 21st, Pal World July 20th. Fuck it, this guy has what, 17,000 views on this alone, and this was that was a 6-hour stream based on what I can see, 5 hours 59 minutes 34 seconds. Yeah, I mean, he loves Pal World. God damn. Shit, that man is a Pal World fanatic. Oh, then we got Assassin's Creed Resynced. He did that for 2 hours and 12 minutes. Yeah, so this is just kind of, I think this is the blueprint, and I think that that's the way to go. And yeah. Let me see. I guess before I get out of here, because I need to get some food, when it comes to, just to say it again, this guy asked about agendas. I'll just say this. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Companies that push agendas, there's a difference between marketing and an agenda. Marketing, for all intents and purposes, is the practice of creating a timed campaign with the goal of targeting a specific market for whatever service, product, or whatever. And at the end of that time, usually companies usually they dedicate or allocate about 15 to 30% of their budget to marketing. And so after a period of time, they will decide whether or not said plan was successful. If it was not, they'll look at what worked, what didn't work, and so on and so forth. If it's not working, they will change course and move on to the next thing. When it comes to an agenda works in a very similar way. The difference is that they don't care about the finances. The finances is irrelevant. What is relevant is the actual message that's being pushed. whether it's the girl boss that's in gaming, whether it's pushing mental illness with the homos and lesbians and all that stuff in gaming, in our schools, in our movies, and all that other bullshit. All of that is part of an agenda. The DEI stuff, the pandering to certain ethnic groups, all of that is part of just under agendas. So a lot of times what ends up happening is these companies that are pushing these things, they're getting money under the table. It's not necessarily always public. Why? Because if you look at companies that have commercial flops, like a game like Concord, which was about what, $400 million. People have stated that Ubisoft lost around they spent about $350 or so for Assassin's Creed Shadows, but it did not make nowhere near that money back. Not because the game itself is bad, but because of all of the controversial shit they put in the game that was unnecessary. Putting in the Black Samurai, which nobody cared about, disrespecting the Japanese culture, releasing the game during the annual anniversary of a terrorist subway attack that happened in Japan. Like, it's absolutely crazy. Altering the Wikipedia to kind of make it appear that this Yasuke character was a samurai based off of a white man's book, Thomas Lockley, to try to get him to push more copies of his book. When you look at all of that is pushing an agenda, highlighting controversy, which completely supersedes the game itself. We've seen this with Dragon Age the Veilguard, Assassin's Creed Shadows, every fucking thing. If you want to talk about certain TV shows, Star Wars Acolyte, Lord of the Rings that's on Amazon, anything. They don't care if it's selling, because the people that's at the very top, they already got their money. They're set for life. It's pushing the agenda. It's pushing the message. And they're utilizing gaming specifically as the vehicle to do that. It is essentially a Trojan horse. This is why companies are hiring people who are really activists, but they're posing as game developers. These people, they don't care about the intellectual property, the IP. They don't care. They don't give two fucks about Assassin's Creed. They don't care about God of War. They don't care about Gears of War. What they care about is shoehorning their specific message. Because at the end of the day, whether the game lives or dies, everybody that is responsible, they all got paid. That's it. Whether the studio goes under, whether the game fails, flops, they all got paid. If you look at the CEO of Ubisoft, this is a guy that will never go broke. He is set for life. So does it matter to him to have a bunch of controversial shit in Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game that should have been a fucking layup for Ubisoft? It should have been a layup. Feudal Japan is the most requested setting ever in Assassin's Creed. Ever. The minute Assassin's Creed came out back in 2007, people were already thinking this game would be amazing, set in feudal Japan, running around as a ninja. Obviously, the next thing you got was Ezio with the fucking Italian and all that shit. It turned out to be great, but nobody was asking for that. So now you finally come out with Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game that is set in the time period that the vast majority of actual Assassin's Creed fans have been clamoring for over 20, for damn near 20 years. You're putting a black samurai in the game, and you're prioritizing you're basically centering the marketing around this character. Huh? So everything that is good about Assassin's Creed Shadows, let's see. The combat is godlike. The parkour is amazing. It has the best weather effects of any game today. I don't know if Grand Theft Auto 6 would be better, but we'll see. It has the best lighting. I mean, like, there's so many little subtle tweaks and animations that's in that game that people completely overlook because it was so controversial. It had so much DEI fuckery and so much agenda-laden bullshit in the game that it literally overtook the game itself. Nobody cared about the game of Assassin's Creed Shadows. All they talked about was the controversy. That is what really upsets me, because I finally have a game where I have an open world. I can stalk. I can do all of the ninja shinobi based stuff I've always wanted to do in a video game. And now the game is dead, given the fact that it had a final update not long ago. It's frustrating because I know everybody that was responsible at the very top, they all got paid. They all got their money by pushing all this agenda bullshit that had nothing to fucking do with anything. We'll never get a chance, or I will never get a chance to see and explore some of the Japanese mythologies, additional weapons for the game, additional modes for the game. Nope, all that's done. Thank you, Ubisoft, for fucking up a game that should have been a layup. I can guarantee you, if the game was handled the way it should have, you would not have Assassin's Creed Black Flag resynced right now. That shit would still be on the shelf. The only reason why that game is even out right now is because of how they fucked up with Assassin's Creed Shadows. That is a fact. Assassin's Creed Shadows should have had at least 2 or 3 years of fucking content. When I look at what they did with Valhalla, when I look at what they did with Odyssey, you know how much DLC is for those games? So yeah, it pisses me off that through agendas and through fucking special interests, AC Shadows is basically dead, despite the fact that it's one of the best fucking games of this generation, but many people will not fucking notice that or see that because they're busy focused on the controversy. And how can I blame them when it's so fucking, it's front and center? If you wanted to have Yasuke, if you want to have this black samurai, then add him as fucking DLC. Have him as a DLC character and his story a year after release, and it would have sold pretty well. It would have a new perspective. Oh, you can use a samurai style character. Oh, it's Yasuke. I could see that in a different dimension. If that happened, it would have been much better received. And then they would have moved on to another DLC of, like, okay, now we're focusing more on the fantastical elements of Japanese mythology, like they did with Assassin's Creed Odyssey, like they did with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And I think they even did it with Odyssey Origins as well. All of that killed in Shadows. I would have loved to have seen Naoe, the female Kunoichi, or the shinobi. I would have loved to have seen her had access to the Sai, which is the just think Raphael from Ninja Turtles or Melina from Mortal Kombat. I wanted Naoe to have those weapons, that pair of weapons. I would have loved that. There would have been so much you could have done with that. But nope, all done. I would have loved to have had a mode in AC Shadows where you can pick whatever enemy you want and just have an arena or whatever and just kind of do battle. I would have loved that. I think that would have been cool. They have something like that for Doom, the Dark Ages. It's called a Repertorium. You can literally select your stage and select whatever fucking enemy you want to fight against, and you just go crazy. I would have loved if AC Shadows offered that. There were so many things they could have done, and thanks to pandering, thanks to pushing fucking mental illness, woke bullshit, the game is now dead. So yeah. Why do companies sacrifice profits? Because if it hasn't been clear, many of these people that do this, they're already getting paid. The check has already been cleared. They're already being taken care of by certain special interest groups. So even if the product or service flops, you as the individual are taken care of. Maybe the poor bastard that's working as an intern, yeah, he or she is fucked. But you as the top executive, oh, you're good. Here, thank you for pushing our message. Even though your game or your service is floundering. That's the way of the world. But a lot of people, they will not talk about shit like that. They probably don't even know about shit like this. But that's how it works. That's it in a nutshell. I hate it. I don't like it. But what can you do about it? Because it's no longer a matter of voting with your wallet. They don't care. Because again, they've already got paid. They already got paid to push whatever they're meant to push. And then another thing on top of that, the more DEI boxes that these companies check off, many people are not even aware that the more of those boxes you tick off, the less financial responsibility you have to the project. That's why a lot of these companies, they keep making flop after flop after flop, and they're not going out of business. You ever find that odd? You ever find it strange how these companies can lose hundreds of millions of dollars on a show or a movie or a video game, but yet and still they keep pushing this shit? You ever thought of that? Like, should these people be out of business by now? Oh, right. That's right. Because they're being bankrolled. That's why. They're getting certain incentives that's under the table. Not everything is above board. Sometimes you got to deal with the muck underneath. And a lot of these companies, that's what they deal with. If they put a fucking homo, a lesbian, some dude humping another dude in the show, making a fucking Klingon as a flaming homo, the way they did in that last Star Wars show that got canceled, thank God. You think the company 100% funded that? Fuck no. Hell no. That's not how this works. Because if they did 100% fund it, they would be bankrupt. That's why if you look at companies like Disney, they put out all these bullshit ass fucking shows. All the money they've lost over the years, even Disney would have been fucking bankrupt. So the more you are willing to play ball, the more you're willing to insert agenda after agenda, your financial contributions to the project is lessened. You have other special interest groups that will swoop in and bankroll you under the table. So now instead of being 100% responsible for the budget, you might be 40%, 50%. So you can take those financial losses on your game, your show, your movie, your anime, your comic book, because you're willing to play ball with people that have an agenda to push, and they're utilizing certain vehicles, whether it's games, shows, movies, whatever, as their vehicle. This is why I say they're using this shit like a Trojan horse. They don't care about like that fucking Odyssey movie that came out. They don't give a fuck about that. That whole movie was based off of some fucking feminist that I think heard notes of 2017. They don't give a fuck. Let's make Helena Troy a black chick. Like, you are purposely causing controversy. That's what these companies do, time and time again. Now, whether or not you like that, that's on you. But the fact of the matter is, it's controversy. And whatever amount of money that project, that game, that show, that movie would have made, it's not going to reach its full potential because of the controversy that they willingly put in to satisfy whatever agenda they wanted to satisfy. It's it. In fact, I'm waiting. I am waiting for a new adaptation of Malcolm X where they cast Pedro Pascal as Malcolm X. Because if you're gonna go retard, you might as well go full fucking retard. You might as well. You might as well. If you let's do a movie on Genghis Khan and have Matt Damon play Genghis Khan or Samuel L. Jackson. Let's do that. Let's have Samuel L. Jackson play Genghis Khan in the next upcoming movie. See how stupid this is? That's exactly how stupid it is with that movie. But again, it goes back to the agendas. These people, they don't care about the movie. They don't care about the game. They don't care about they don't care about anything. That is merely a vehicle to drive whatever message they want to drive. Want more? Let's look at God of War. You have a character in Kratos that has been around for damn near 20 fucking years. Now we're supposed to believe now that, okay, well, we're going to put him to the side and put his dead wife as the... You know, this is how you know. It's just hilarious to me. It is hilarious. So if you take a look at all the girl bosses that's in these games, because that's basically what it is. If you take a look at all of the girl bosses, every single one of them, if you look at, say, look at that one character I think they're talking about in the new Halo game, right? The campaign evolved. I think she's like some butch dyke looking chick. And she's like kind of like having like, I don't know, anybody that's played the game, you know what I'm talking about. Why don't 343 Studios, why don't they make a whole game about that character and see how it will do? You know why they won't? Because they know it would be torn to shreds and it will fucking flop. So what they do is they add these types of characters in a franchise that's already well established and loved for decades by millions of people. They utilize that already pre-existing audience to push whatever agenda that they want to push. If you look at God of War, what are they doing? They're pushing some fake character. And then the beta males out there are going to say, well, there's nothing wrong with it. Faye was a very important character. Look, all the events surrounding Faye. The events of God of War 2018 and even the years leading up to the release of that particular game The developers, they purposely created that game as a means to usher in this new chick. The very story of God of War 2018, if you really want to be real with yourself, it was all about getting her ashes to some peak somewhere in another realm. And the fucking side story basically was Kratos and his boy. But the main driving point of the game is to take this chick's ashes. That was the main fucking plot of the game. As hard as that might be to hear, they were looking to replace Kratos from the start with this shit. That was the plan. And it's coming to fruition with that upcoming God of War Laufey game. Which, who knows? It might sell well, it might do well, but I see the agenda clear as day. I see it clear as day. It's hard to not unsee it. It's hard. Like, I can't unsee it. So whenever I look at these differing agendas, whether it's Star Trek casting a Klingon that is well known in the sci-fi world as being a battle honor-driven race, but you cast a flaming homo as a Klingon in a dress agenda. You have Gears of War that is a franchise based on masculinity, a band of brothers coming together to overcome some great situation with a few female supporting characters. But you come out with Gears of War 4, and we're led to believe that, oh, we're going to pass along we're going to pass the torch from father to son, only to learn that the son and JD Phoenix is a bumbling fucking idiot, but the more serious stoic character, Kate Diaz, the girl boss, she's really the main character that's driving things forward. And it comes to a head in Gears of War 5, where this bitch is on the cover of the fucking game. So that's why it boggles my mind at how people are so, I don't want to say stupid, but it's hard to find another word, that they are that blind and oblivious to what's been going on and right in front of their eyes. And because Gears 5 did not do what they were hoping it did, we're having Gears of War E-Day now, aren't we? And, oh yeah, that's Dominic and Marcus Phoenix, right? But what about your ongoing trilogy? What about Gears of War 6? Well, you don't want to show the Gears community that the Kate Diaz girl boss character is now going to be the new Locust Queen, and she's going to end up killing off Marcus Phoenix? Because I can tell you that's going to be the plot of Gears 6. I can all but guarantee that. And that's going to piss off the fucking Gears community immensely. It's coming. So in the middle, to take a break, let's try to come out with Gears E-Day to kind of calm people down. You know, we're going back to Marcus Phoenix, and I see it's clear as day to me. You had fucking years to do a Gears of War E-Day. You're coming out with it now in the middle of a fucking trilogy? Get the fuck out of here. There's a lot of ignorant people who just they can't see what's really going on. They put, going over to Halo, you remake Halo, Campaign Evolve, looks great. You add 3 prior missions, but you couldn't help but put some fucking dyke-looking lesbo butch chick in there. What purpose does this bitch serve? What is the purpose of this? Because I can look at the from what I see now, when I look on the internet, that's what a lot of people are talking about. They're not really talking so much about the game, unless you really look for it. Most people are talking about the changes that they don't like, and they're talking about this dyke chick, this lesbian chick, the fucking military chick, look like a fucking dude on steroids. It is what it is. So yeah, the agendas are real, and they're going to continue to happen because the success or failure of an agenda is not rooted on whether or not you buy or voting with your wallet. It has nothing to do with it, because they are being bankrolled by special interest groups to continue to push said agendas. So you as a customer doesn't matter. Of course, publicly, oh, this game, it's not doing well. It's it's a flop. It's a commercial flop, whatever. It's irrelevant, because at the end of the day, those people that made the decision to push whatever agenda in their game, in their movie, in their TV show, they are well compensated for it, and they will be taken care of. That's how this works. That's it. Like, I can tell you 100%. They did not want Marcus Phoenix's son to run with the baton for Gears of War. They didn't want that. They do not want Kratos moving forward the Gears of War franchise into 2028, into 2030. They don't want that. They want the fucking girl boss. That's what they want. But they do it in a subtle way. It's no different than when you hear that expression of you boil a frog and you turn up the temperature ever so slightly, and then over time it'll just stay in the pot and it'll be cooked, as opposed to doing all in one shot and the frog will jump out. It's the same thing. These companies, they've come to the realization that as long as you change things subtly over time, the vast majority of the consumer base, they'll eventually accept it. That's just the facts. This is why you have all these girl bosses. This is why you have all this homo bullshit in games and movies and shows. This is why you have it. It's literally becoming the new established norm. And to call it out, you are a insert word phobe. If anybody can't see that, then you're fucking blind. You're blind. It's simple as that. And it's just, it's unfortunate. Because if you want to go the girl boss angle, then why don't you just simply make a video game, an original game, with your girl boss? Why don't you just do that? You ever notice why a lot of these types of characters are always showing up in male-driven franchises? You ever notice that? Does anybody have a fucking brain and can open their eyes and see what's in your face? Most of these girl bosses that are added to these games are pretty much male-dominated games. If they were so confident in these dyke-looking, lesbian-looking, steroid-driven female characters, then why don't you just make an original game and call it whatever you want to call it? Why don't you go that route? I'll tell you, it is much easier to push something, an agenda, or what have you, in something that already has an established fan base. It's much easier. It's much easier to move into a house that's already built than build it yourself. That's facts. That is 1,000,000,000% facts. So this is why I kind of respect developers that will make franchises with an already established female character. I have no problem with that. That's totally fine. I mean, shit, you look at it, I think if you look at it, there's so many female-led games. It's almost like, damn, like, what's going on? Like, it's a lot. What, they got the Beast of Reincarnation, female. Phantom Blade Zero, female. Like, it's a lot of female-led games. But when you look at something that is already established for fucking decades, years, and now all of a sudden you want to switch shit up to put some chick in there, I don't agree with that. Because now it makes me think, shit, if you want to go that route, let's replace Lara Croft. Fuck Tomb Raider. Let's put fucking Larry Croft in that motherfucker. Let's see how that plays out. Let's see how that plays out. Let's put Larry, her long lost brother, Larry Croft. Let's just invent some dude and he's the new face of Tomb Raider. Let's do that. Let's you know what? Instead of fucking Samus in Metroid, let's put fucking Mammus or Damus. Let's put Damus in the fucking suit. And let's do that. Like I said, if you're gonna go retard, let's go full retard on that. But they're not gonna do that because they have a specific agenda that they are looking at female, male-led protagonists, male-led franchises. They are trying so hard to demonize masculinity. They're trying so hard to effeminate the male, and they're putting in these female characters that are essentially acting like a man. Like, I don't know how else to, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. So I think I'm gonna leave off here. I got food to eat. I'm hungry. So anyway, I appreciate you guys because I'll keep on this all day, all night. Anyway,